Hello. How's it going, guys? I do speak. All right, the tweet is live chat. Do me a favor, go give it some love. And I hope everyone is doing good. Are you feeling a lot better now? I feel better, but like congestion still sucks. I'm hoping that obviously gets more improved from where it was at. Chat, we've also got a dev diary coming up here, I believe at 8. Someone will remind me as we get close to the time on that. Okay. Double check. Good. Easy, thank you for the 3 years. Chat, if you guys could give some love to my main man, Mr. CZ. He's a good buddy of mine, member of Team Explosion, streamer extraordinaire. If you guys haven't followed him and checked him out, go do so. Mael, thank you for the 33. Frostwolf, thank you for the 28. Noli Boy, thank you for the 28. Sec1, thank you for the 3. Torak, thank you for the 43. And thank you to everybody who followed while I was offline. Again, sorry I've not been able to stream as much lately. For those of you guys that didn't know, I have been sick. Just a bit of an issue with regards to that, but otherwise, we're on the mend now at this point. Obviously today we've got some interesting stuff, so let me get right into it, but let me go ahead and switch screens here. Grab you guys today's artwork. Here we go. There is today's art. Let me grab it for you guys on the JP side of things. That is some powerful background art. It is. That is my New Year's piece that Shiki did for me. If you guys don't know Shiki, Shiki is also known as Love Saber. Draws a ton of good Artoria slash Lartoria slash altar artwork. And again, fantastic artist. I was not able to catch the live stream. I went to bed this morning, but since then I have been filled in as to the happenings. Apparently we got some new quality of life. We got some new stuff. And obviously some things to talk about. So let me real quick here basically finish off finish off in A, as I don't really have a whole lot to do here. Mysterious Saber Face T, yeah. So let me go ahead and address this, the elephant in the room at the very beginning of stream. JP announced the Saber from Fate Samurai Remnant. For those of you guys that have yet to play Samurai Remnant, I'm sorry, but we're not going to be able to avoid the spoiler because unfortunately the devs just plastered the name everywhere. We're not going to be able to get out of that one because it's just, the cat's been let out of the bag. So I don't really consider it spoiler anymore, unfortunately, because of that, but I think it's sad and they probably should have tried to preserve it because they easily could have. You would have had the occasional dolt who, sits there and blurts out the name, but at the end of the day, you can't really bother when the JP devs themselves don't bother to try and protect it. Dev diaries in 2 hours? I heard it was at 8, so is it at 9? If that's the case, that's fine. Oh, hold on. I'm hearing this double. Yo. Could have been the Saber of Remnant, right? Yeah, I feel like, or Waxing Moon Saber or something like that. Like you could have done any numerous ways to avoid the issue, but they didn't, and that's sort of the issue that we run into now. YouTube says 9 p.m. Okay, thank you. Just let me know when we start getting close so I can switch gears. Are you going to stay up for NA reset? I don't know. I haven't decided that yet. I will not do my NA stuff with you guys today. I will do it with you guys tomorrow on stream, just to spread it out more. We've got JP stuff to do today, so I'm not really worried about that. I've also got a, obviously, new unit analysis to do, so definitely quite action-packed here. Another Saber face too. So you're either saying that to be cheeky or you don't know, but turns out that for Takeru, they just did not give it the Saber face trait. I have a bone to pick on that. You guys should know that. I'm obviously going to be upset about something like that, and I'm going to say this, that more than anyone, I think the person I feel the worst for in this is the artist. Because the artist went out and said how excited they were to be able to draw the next Saber face, and it now appears per official ruling not a Saber face. So I'm just gonna say I don't care anymore. I'm now getting into headcanon territory where it's just like Nasu's just fucking wrong. Like, you basically set it up to be a Saber face, you made DLC for it to act like a Saber face, you had the lead artist say they are excited to draw the next Saber face. You had the devs say it's a Saber face. And then you bring it to FGO and you don't give it the Saber face trait. And I think that's just stupid. I don't care what the explanation is as to why not. I just don't care. It's a Saber face. So I'm going to treat it as a Saber face for the purposes of Saber face runs. I'm not going to care if people try to claim otherwise. To me, it's a Saber face through and through, to the point that the character walks, talks, and acts like a Saber face. It literally has the same, like, mannerisms as a Saber face, right down to the whole, like, eating meme and stuffing their face. So it's just like, I don't care anymore. If the devs want to do stupid, cheeky bullshit, they can do that. But Justin, I don't care what their justification is. It's Saber face. Like, I don't care. If they want to claim it's some bullshit about gender, I don't care. I've also seen people today try to claim that it's a male Saber. Not. It's unknown. I'm seeing Zenobia, my queen, yes. Rude, yeah. Counterpoint Okitan Summer is unknown gender. Yeah. Like I said, I don't really care what the justification is. I just, like, don't like it. I think it's stupid, and it is what it is. Like, the devs have made many stupid choices prior to this point. This is just one of those things. Like, I think y'all saw me how I reacted to, like, Kagetora being revealed to not be a Saber face. That one was at least a little bit more dubious. Kagetora had been, prior to that point, Weisuke Kenshin that is, portrayed by Saber in FGO as a stand-in. And coming off of Koha Ace, most people regarded her as a Saber face. They brought it into FGO and turned out they didn't qualify it as Saber face. So it's like, I thought that one was stupid, but I can let that one go because it was never actually stated to be or confirmed to be. Not in any sort of official capacity. This one was. So that's where it's just like, I don't care. I don't care what they want to say at that point. Everyone wants to treat Takeru as male for some reason. Did they even play Samurai Remnant? I think in most of those cases they didn't. or they nitpicked certain lines even though there were contrary lines that go right against that. It's never revealed, it's never revealed. Think it's a stupid decision, I've elected to ignore it. Right. So it's like I said, if people want to get on to me and they're going to be like, oh, if you use her in a Saber face run, it's over, Cad, you failed. And I'm just going to be like, well, I've also failed other runs and had to use command seals, so I don't care. Like, the whole point to doing it is because it's a fun challenge anyways. But I find the Samurai Remnant concept art the most sus of them all. What do you mean? I failed my GSSR, but got hyped for 2024 silhouette servants. You know, I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I was talking to VIP about the silhouettes. The silhouettes are interesting, but here's the problem with them. It used to be that we could, at least with the first release of the silhouettes, right? Like, that we could look at the silhouettes and have some pretty reasonable guesses as to who they were. I can't guess most of them. I don't even have an idea. And the reason why is because I haven't read the JP story. Everything that's there now is no longer just like this, you know, hey, known quantity fate servant that we've been waiting for coming. And it's now like, bro, this is like in deep theory craft and spoilers that like you can't talk about without just getting massively like in depth on it. And I'm just like, I don't like that. It tells me a lot about like where they're headed as the game goes by, and kind of the problems that I think people have had with some of the new and upcoming stuff. It doesn't mean that it's not hype. In some cases it is. It just means that like there's definitely a lot more hit or miss when you start dealing with that. We don't necessarily have as much dealing with, say, you know, old nostalgia and stuff like that. So why can't a silhouette just be an obvious Erish? Because that would make people happy. A lot of the wanted units we already have, like Bazette, Tiamat, or Arcuid, yeah. And that's what I'm saying, it's like, they're getting kind of spicy now with these silhouettes because of it. If you guys remember, we didn't get silhouettes last year, so this is only the second time we've gotten them. It's not like we have this like big long like tradition of like getting silhouettes now at this point. This is quite literally just a hey, it's the second time, which I'm hyped that we got them. But yeah, it's like I feel like I can't do a lot of talking about this batch. Another calendar year with no Rin, can't wait. Question, are the silhouette servants that are coming out, the servants that are coming out during 2024? I haven't heard what the actual logic was, because I know like the first time they did it, it was servants coming out in the first half of 2024. At least I believe it was their logic. Or no, wait, no, we thought that's what the case was, but then it ended up not being the case, and it was for like the entire year. Regardless, it's not every servant that's going to come out. It's just like the ones they chose to reveal. Third time? Is it the third time? Did we have another set of silhouettes? Maybe I'm misremembering. Thank you, Rhea. I'm happy since Takeru and Muramasa can interact with each other. I've heard that, and I haven't seen this myself, but I've heard that there's quite the internet rage going back and forth between Takeru and Muramasa. Stands basically having at each other. I will address that a little bit when we get to the actual servant analysis, but please understand, guys, that Muramasa is a very strong unit, always will be. Takeru existing does not change that fact, but also keep in mind that Muramasa was made to be too strong. I pointed that out when he came out, that they gave him too much. So it's kind of another one of those situations where when they make a unit too strong, they have to start actually making units stronger to get you to roll for them. And that's kind of the issue that's going to kind of be at play here. So it's like, you don't have to feel like, oh man, I've got Muramasa, I suck now. No, it's just going to be one of those deals where it's like, yes, you may have to accept the fact, Muramasa stands, that there is going to be characters that will surpass Muramasa. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just sort of the nature of the beast because of how the devs did things. And I think it's a lot better instead when they try to give like niche type stuff where servants are relatively on par with their performance and differentiate based off of a node. But instead, it just appears like the devs have kind of just chosen to go the power creep route, which is, in my opinion, the worst route, but it is what it is. How do you get those teapots for extra bond? Or was it only for the raid stuff? You only get like the first ones that they give out, and then later on they'll give out more, but it's only from like set campaigns. Usually it's like they'll come out with a campaign, you gotta complete missions for the campaign, you do that, then you get teapots, usually. As that single target with splash thing with the NP like Gil. The MP like Gil. No, Gil doesn't have that. I think you mean like Abby? Yeah, Summer Abby has that issue, which is kind of interesting. But like I said, Summer Abby's not bad either, and like a lot of people seem to forever like look at her like she is, and I don't really understand that. Yeah, what was the buff you thought put Proto Arthur over the edge, but I can't find the vid where you talk about it? The buff where I thought it would put Proto Arthur over the edge? Honestly, like, there's two ways you could go about it. One would be to just give him more charge, but that's still not going to address too much his damage capability. But the reality would be give him an NP interlude and then give him 10% refund on the back of his NP like most of the other Saber faces have. That turns him into a 30% charger. That basically puts him where like the old Salter numbers used to be at. And that will actually make him quite a bit better at that point, because he will have an NP interlude. He'll be able to start with a 60% C. He'll be able to 3-turn with double Korean Skya. So he'll be able to like really pop off because he's got a 3-turn buster buff that he can double pop. So that would really help him. Like I think he really just needs that NP interlude more than anything. That's the big thing that he lacks that most of the other AoE Sabers have. Yep, Salter got a new banner on JP. I see this as an absolute win. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, like I'm just trying to say, like, I think you're gonna see a lot of super defensive Muramasa fans, right? Like, and not all, right? But like, just keep in mind this is a long time coming. And I'm gonna say this flat out, like, chat, this has already happened to Space Ishtar. This probably in the future will happen to like Melisson at some point, and I'm gonna be real with you, it's gonna have to probably happen to Tiamat at some point too. So it's like some of your most OP units that are out there right now that got just absolutely catapulted far beyond the capability of the rest of the units in their class are gonna have to basically get knocked down a peg by other units surpassing them. The only way. It's the only way that there can be any level of balance ever achieved ever again. Otherwise, people will only roll for those units and never anything else. And that's, I think, the issue that comes into play. Muramasa, at least, was kept more in line because what they gave Muramasa was all of his, like... what's the word I'm looking for? Like, utilities and extra capabilities and stuff. But his damage was also, like, kept fairly low. And so his damage was good still, especially at high MP levels, because he could touch Black Grail. which was something that, at least at the time, a lot of other AoE Sabers couldn't do, so that kind of brought him more in line. But as we start to see now other competitors getting released and other units getting buffed, he's, you know, kind of just held constant while other people are kind of advancing. So. Terrible direction for the game. Yeah, I mean, like, they have to power creep some. I'm okay with it. Like I'm okay with, like, I don't know, like 5% power creep. I think what I don't like to see is like 30% power creep situations and stuff like that, where like a new unit comes out and they're just 30% better than the prior unit, right? Like that's the way to think about power creep, chat, is think about it like inflation. You kind of can't make inflation go away. You can basically just like make sure that it doesn't grow as much and slow it down so that it's kept more in line. So power creep's very much the same way. Is like, as you try to like jump the gun and go super far, it's like once you've done that, you can't put it back. And you might be able to in games that have like PvP and balancing where they like actually sit there and nerf, but it's a lot harder in a gacha game that doesn't want to nerf, where you know, they're just gonna have to basically raise the bar then to that point. They can't go, oh shit, we made them too strong, and pull it back. Like, it's Pandora's box. Once it's out of the box, it's oopsie. Okay, that got a lot done. What do I still need to do? 5 enemies with the divine trait. Okay. I'll find that at some point. Chat, I did do my 500 boxes in the Lotto. I got it done. Like, I walked the last, like, 10 boxes, and it took me, like, 2 days to do the last 10 boxes. But I did it. I did get 500 boxes on JP. It means I did 500 on JP, 500 on NA. I did multiple hundreds of raid clears on both servers, so it's like... Glad it's done. Glad I can relax. And I swear to God, if JP announces a raid event, I'm gonna scream. I'm going to scream. So there better not be anything else for a while. Like to see Lancer Proto Arthur. I just like to see Arthur get some attention in general. I don't care how they want to do it. Yeah, I heard they confirmed the Fate Samurai Remnant collab for January here. I think that's great. I'm gonna tell you guys flat out what I told VIP upon hearing it. You're getting a collab in January on JP. You must now assume that you don't get one in May for Golden Week. You might get one. Just assume you don't. Because if you start assuming you're going to get one in May, that's where they're going to get rug pulled, and you're going to get disappointed when they don't do it because the devs are lazy. So just be careful with that. Thank you, Plushie. Appreciate it. Hope you're having a good one. Suki Ime collab. Yeah, right. I will say this. Like, I got to go back and look at the actual, like, words they used, but they literally said that there was, like, no collab planned. Like one of the Samurai Remnant devs said there was no collab planned. So, like, I don't know, like, did they just lie, or was it like, hey, they were just trying to keep it under wraps type deal, or like maybe he didn't know, you know? I don't know, but like, again, it may be one of those cases, like, maybe I feel bad for the guy because, like, maybe he just got caught up by Nasu's trickeration again. They're learning from Nasu. No, I like low key. I think it's like Nasu is screwing them. Because Nasu normally like hides the lie and the truth, versus like I feel like this guy just said there was no planned collab, so now he just has egg on his face, right? Oops, I did not mean to hit that. There we go. Could it just not been finalized? Yeah, I don't know. He may have also said like in the coming months or some crap like that, leaving it vague. Yeah, they didn't talk about how Samurai Remnant is supposed to be, right? Also, aren't most FGO servants planned out for 6 months in advance? Usually it's even longer than that. It just kind of takes them that long, at least, to implement it. But yeah, I did wonder that in that regard. Like, what does that mean then for like the fact that this just comes out as the New Year's servant already? Like, I don't quite know type deal. I'm actually pretty close. Let me do my last storm pod here, chat. Maybe the Midno collab and Samurai Remnant. Yeah, like, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I want to call the guy a liar, but it may be possible that he didn't lie, and I need to look at the actual wording on that. Like, when I say I want to, I don't want to, but like, the point remains is like, I feel like we've been lied to. Hello, I. Is it May now on JP 2 years in a row, Lotto? You mean in May? No, I mean, wasn't Ilya Fest in like... Was it May? I feel like that was like June, July or something like that. I pulled Saber after getting stealth. Nice. I hope you have better luck with rolls than I had. I do too. I always hope I have good luck in rolls, but I also hope that you guys do too. I have to do the evocation service with JP every 3 to 4 months. Usually. I thought we were gonna see another round of them for like Christmas, but we didn't. That's unfortunate in my opinion, because like now I believe the oldest remaining welfare that has not returned is Santa Altar. So I'd have to think about that, but let's see, because like Saber Lily's just been permanent at this point. Caster Ellie has come back. Nobu has come back. Yeah, so it is. It's literally Saber Altar is the oldest welfare still that has yet to return. Still no Rider Ishtar? Yeah. I mean, like I said, I can explain the Rider Ishtar one, I think, partially, but, you know, I'm sure people still want Rider Ishtar. So. Thank you, Triforce. Okay. Now at least we got our AP ticking, chat. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of words of sage advice here. And it doesn't mean that it's always true, okay? But the most sage of advice that I can give you guys at this point is that you don't want to roll the GSSR if you plan to also roll the banner until after you're done rolling the banner. Especially for newer players. Veterans, whales, this may not apply to you. But for newer players, especially true, because you might get something from your permanent like spooks and stuff like that from your actual rolls that maybe would change how you saw the GSSRs. Maybe you go like, wait, I now have a really good, like, I don't know, like single target Lancer, like maybe I got Enkidu or something, so maybe I don't need Shisho or something like that. So again, it just depends on what your like mentality is, but usually I'm going to tell you just go ahead and do your rolls, get what you get from that, and then see where that shakes out for you for that. So we're going to do just that. We are going to go ahead and do the actual rolls, which is going to be the safest if I just go backwards here. Again, you guys know the drill. This is a Saber face regardless of what the devs try to make the claim of. Like I said, they didn't give Takiroot the Saber face trait, but we're going to be rolling for it like it is a Saber face anyways, because it's a Saber face, according to the devs of Samurai Remnant and the artist that drew it. So, regardless, we're going after it. Did I get tickets from the shop? I did not. Let's do the YOLO. It's a Saber face because I say so. Khadroth 2023. Yes. Okay. Let me go grab that just so that chat is gonna calm down here. Gotta grab that. I'll save that for now. Let me just grab the super important stuff. And we'll come back through and grab that. Also, let me double check. Make sure there's not something in here. So again, I've been opening some of the Lotto boxes. I clearly need some Lanugos, so we're just going to go ahead and power right through that. Oh my god, what are these? Well, that's an obvious choice. That is darn obvious. Why do I have so many tickets? Okay, there's 30 more Saint Courts. I did get that from that. And we should be good. I will let that stay as is. Alright, back to the actual banner. Remember when Cad said after Draco there were no more Saber faces left? True. Except not true, because we have Castoria Berserker after Draco. There still is more. Okay. Start out with the tickets then from here. Are there any big game updates for New Year's? The only quality of life that I've heard about is apparently they made it so that now you can see attributes in game on your own units. So I think that's good. I'm gonna say this. Really, there's no excuse for the fact that we're like at year 9 of the game pretty much, and we don't have like basic info like that available in game. So I'm glad that it's added, but I always have to point out that it's like this is coming way too late. So it's like we still can't see enemy traits, we still can't see our own traits. Like, come on, guys. Like, and let alone, you know, stuff like the scaling of an ability. But it is what it is. Look at the next step and give us the actual skill numbers, right? Give it a launch feature. I agree. I can understand like not wanting to confuse people and such, but yeah, I think FGO's UI is fine, but I think like when we talk about UI needing changes, I think that's something that I mean. Like, I don't mean that the UI doesn't function. It does. I mean, like, we need just more information given. We need space added to the UI to do that. Not like the UI can't be used. Because I've seen people make these claims and like compared it to other gacha games and said like, oh, it needs to look like X or Y gacha game. And I'm like, no, not really. Interesting art there. I'll be rolling on NA tonight. Probably not tonight. We'll probably roll tomorrow for NA. There we go, more Shufu. At least I get coins from this chat. So glad they didn't fix coins. Like I said, obviously I hope that every time they have some big thing that they fix it, but like, I also like am not just like, I'm not gonna hold my breath, so to speak. Just some spacing and information adding would be great though. Yeah. Like I said, I can understand, like, if they started throwing all the numbers at people, it'd be somewhat overwhelming, but I get it. Like, and I'm gonna say, it's no different than other games that do that. Is there a reason why Draco isn't on any of the GSSRs? Your guess is as good as mine. Again, I can only hypothesize that it's just because they want to keep Draco rare. The reasoning for that is, you know, money. I don't know. It's weird because that argument kind of falls flat on its face that keeping the unit rare gets them more money, because all it does is actually just theoretically cost them money. As you never know, like a player that may have rolled for more Draco ends up quitting the game before the next Draco banner shows back up. So it's like, I don't know. Did I see the Ordeal Call 2 date and summer event announcement requirements? No, I did not. If that was a thing, I did not hear about that. Yeah, FOMO is usually what it is, and FOMO drives people to impulse buy potentially, but also to basically to play, and that's the real thing, is they want player retention from FOMO. Because player retention will result in more money. Would you like to see his Beast class server? Well, according to Nasu, you're not getting another one. I'm going to tell you that no one should believe Nasu when he says that. You're definitely getting another Beast at some point, but hey. Next summer event is going to be locked behind Ordeal Call. Damn, that sucks. It's not going to be the banners, though. And that's all people actually care about. And yeah, okay. So it's literally just that it's coming out in the spring. I'll still give them shit for this. Ordeal Call 2 coming out in spring. Let's say it's March. Okay, let's say it's March at the earliest. That is now at that point like 9 months from your last story chapter release. Why? Why is that taking so? I say 9 more, but like, why? Right? Like I don't get that. I don't understand why the main feature of the game, the main thing that makes people play, story, is going over 9 months without any update. That's wild. That would not be accepted in any other gacha game, I feel like. At least none of the major ones. And I feel like that's something that has to get addressed with them. Grand Blue might do that. Grand Blue might do that. Grand Blue is definitely older than FGO at this point, and I'm going to say we should not aspire to be like Grand Blue either. Because you are right. Grand Blue might. Okay, so people are saying it's delayed. Why are people making the claim that Ordeal Call 2 was delayed? And the only reason I say that is that terminology does kind of matter. I at least have Azure Lane to play or Blue Archive. Yeah. I think a lot of people are off like playing Blue Archive or Nikkei or Genshin or you name it in the interim. And I mean, good for them, but I don't think that's good for the state of this game, right? Like, I don't care about those other games. I only care about this one. Hi, Estrella. That would be really good if my Estrella wasn't already in P5. She was actually who I was using to farm the 90+ node on JP's last round. I didn't mean as a statement. Okay, no. You're good, Noise. I've seen like 2 or 3 people say delayed. That's why I was asking, like, did they actually say it was delayed? Or was it like, you know, people, I guess, just spouting off? Big Shrimp, thank you for the 5 months. Also, Gold, Saber. That's easy. I continue to be Saber blessed. That confirms it's a Saber face. Great or not. Like, I don't have as good a luck on anything as I do Saber faces. I do not. So, the fact that just showed up, no, that's easy, chat. Yeah, we got 4 spare tickets. I'm gonna sit on that because that's not an even amount. We'll start doing multis. You have Muramasa on JP, right? Correct. I don't. Muramasa is like the only Saber ever to ever screw me. And by Saber, in that case, I mean class. But. Saber heard you come to their defense, yeah. Looks at Lartoria and Summer Altar. So, fun fact. OG Lartoria, obviously a nightmare for me with that first copy. After that, though, OG Lartoria was really easy. It was like 1890 to get in P1 for Lartoria. And then it was like 300 quartz for the remaining 4 copies. Which at the time brought that like right in at average. That's a good standing kit-wise? Yeah, yeah. Are you rolling Salter? Who is... yeah, I actually haven't seen. Who are the pairings? Like who are the 4 stars paired with for each of them? But I should be good. I have NP2 for now. On JP, at least. You know, my NA is NP5 everything. So. Melt? Melt would be a nice acquisition. That's a weird pairing, though. Tiamat with Locusta. Don't worry, Cat, that's a Leah pairing. No, Leah doesn't like Saber faces. Leah would just be there for Melt. We would literally 3 grailed Saber faces. Don't believe you, no proof. Leah has a grailed Salter. Don't believe her. Listen, Chad, it's very easy to Google grailed Salter and go like post an image, okay? Very easy. There are multiple 4-star Cs in this banner? Okay, no, that's an older one, I guess. This is blasphemy. I'm just saying. Is Aurelia a Saber face? Yes. You haven't gotten the 5-star one yet? Yeah, I know. That's why I was surprised. Because I know what the 5-star one is. I'm a Saber hater, my bad. I believe it. I believe it. Oh, look, there you go, chat. Look, it's foreshadowing. You're going to get like a Dio Scurry unit. Where just to deprive the Ren fans, you're going to get a 2-in-1 instead of getting 2 different units. Granted, I'm sure everyone would love it. So. I'll take it. See, there you go. I know what they want. What if we'll ever get Seal on FGO? Obviously, I think stuff like the Tsukihime units depends on their like status going forward. I think they're gonna blend Tsukihime into the story, and that's how you're gonna get them. And I think that's why they had no plans to do a collab. But you know, the longer we go, the more likely it is that like they just actually were being truthful on that one and being like, yeah, we have no plans. I feel like there's all these new Cs that I've never seen before. No plans to do a collab, just like Samurai Remnant. Yeah. $2025 is gonna be Strange Fate because the anime, surely. Um. Yeah, like I don't know. Like, do you guys think that Strange Fake is gonna actually be it this year, or do you think it's gonna be like into the future? Because that's a Saber. That's a Rada. Is that pity? Yeah. In one way or another, sure, it's pity. Thank you for the congratulations. Wasted potential IMO would drive more people to play the game. I agree, but I'm gonna say this at this point. I think like half of the development in the past like 4 years has been wasted potential. Like this is an amazing game, but the devs keep making weird choices with it that I think like if they had just gone the other way, it could have just ended up so much better. And I think they're making choices due to like, and again, this is conjecture on my part, but I think they're making choices due to their like lack of either resources or manpower. Like, and that sounds wild to make such a claim, but I think that just is the case. So hopefully whatever their issue is, they turn it around and they, you know, right the ship that is FGO. Because I think this game, you know, even years, even going on a decade later, still has so much potential. Kat, how do you feel about them revealing Saber's name? I don't like it. I wish that like they didn't let the cat out of the bag. Like I'm okay if they wanted to do like true name / hidden name thing, but they didn't. So it is what it is. It's crazy that they lack manpower. Yeah. Saber of Remnant. Yeah, or like I said, Waxing Moon Saber. I feel like you could have done a lot of like different stuff and just had it work. Did we get any news from the Saber VA or the Shira VA on the stream? I don't think that was that stream. I think that was the prior stream, wasn't it? But I don't think you really heard anything. Like, Assassin. Oh, hi, Emiya. Different Emiya, but hi. That stream is January 7th. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought it was like the Winter Festival stream that they were doing earlier. Stocktash, thank you for the follow. Also, chat, for any of you guys, have you not seen the new command code that came out on JP? If you haven't, it's amazing. It's the like cutest command code ever. Heard you talking about Shiro, I guess. I see chat asking a lot of questions. And I think chat just needs to sit back and enjoy the ride. They need to bring the true hidden name thing back. I love it from the Epic Remnant servants. Yeah, it's wild because I don't know why. Like, I've mostly heard positive things from people's perceptions of it, but it just seems like the devs didn't want to have to keep trying to do it. Galactic, if you returned with ice cream, did you not return with ice cream for everyone? Because you know, if you make such an announcement, you have to share it with the class. Bonk. Hello, Anubis. I covered the guaranteed 5-star servant for the new year. The GSSR, I went over it like yesterday. Sorry, not yesterday. Friday on stream, like because they had just announced it. So I talked about like, here's what's kind of going on with that and everything. But like, it'd be what it be, chat. Hear the impact, thank you for the 32. Cat must be hacking. I wish I knew how. But no, like I haven't like gone like line for line, like roll this one, roll that one, and I usually don't. I usually just talk about like, here's the banners that I think are really good, have a lot of potential type thing, especially for like newer players. I think like I think to a large degree, like chat, you shouldn't let someone tell you not to roll a particular banner that seems good to you. Because if it seems good to you, it means that you want the units in it. That's simple, right? Like, but I think a lot of people will try to tell you like only roll this one, like because I guess like that's good content if you think about it. Like, having an opinion and like making a point and then like dying on the hill type deal. But like, I don't know. I just usually try to like inform you guys and let you make the choice. Cat must be sitting on a pot of rice. I do have a rice cooker. There is that. All you can eat rice. Roll the banner with the least chance of making you sad or disappointed. Yes. Sorry, Cat. Nuance dies on the internet. I know. I like the idea of FGO for PC. I do too. I think that'd be great, actually. Like, obviously I don't want to see like, increasing botting and shit like that, but like, I think just having more platforms to play FGO on, having like an account system and that sort of stuff, I think all of that's good for the game. I think that like just brings the game into the modern era and helps. I hope they choose to do such a thing into the future though, but as far as I've understood, that will probably not happen. So thoughts on FGO Arcade? Was there some news that I missed, or you just want my general thoughts on it? Can I get this level of luck for Castoria and Ibuki, please? Perhaps. Add some of your luck so I can get Oberon? Perhaps. Nice to be able to play the game on PC. Yeah. What about quartz from the other servants from Samurai Remnant collab? What about quartz for the other servants? Other servants? There are other servants in Samurai Remnant? That's wild. That's news to me. I played through Samurai Remnant. I didn't notice anyone else. Yeah, Ken, we got Cersei. Oh, you're right. I forgot. Can't believe you'd forget Jalter. Oh, that's true. Yeah, we're probably going to get Lancer Jalter. Probably. Welfare Iori. I'll be really curious to see if they want to make Iori a servant. Because I talked about that, like, when we were playing the game. And I don't obviously want to, like, spoil things. But, like, I thought the way Iori was handled was really good right up until the route that I went down. There was a fight with a certain somebody between Iori. And I was like, actually don't like the lore implications of this. But beyond that, like, I'll be really curious because they basically made Iori like servant level in terms of capability. First, thank you for the 42. And if I didn't say it, Ice Jester, thank you for the follow. You let that fight cloud your judgment? Nah. I just am capable of nuance. I now agree with the person that said nuance dies on the internet. This is clearly the case. Caster? I was gonna laugh if that was Cersei. I was actually gonna laugh. Like that would have just made me lose it. Maybe he'll finally pick up a black grail on JP. That's a good one. That'll never happen. Hidden Cersei rate up? Yeah. Whoa. Excuse me, chat. I had steak for dinner because it's New Year's, so I like treated myself. Yes, let's go! Let's go! Get hyped for 3 stars. Has less copies, I gotta roll. You have any thoughts on the NA servant being connected to an event right after? No, because that's already happened with Benny Enma. Must be someone drunk from New Year? Probably, Anubis. I can already hear the fireworks going off in my area, so. The true art Saber we want? Yeah. A new 3-star Saber? Yeah. Yeah, that is Theseus. Made sausage balls for New Year's? Nice. Should have just like stuck a sausage in between the sausage balls. Like right at the end, just to like finish it off as like a little bit of a garnish. Huge missed financial opportunity. In a dev diary is in less than an hour. Oh, I didn't think about that with regards to rolls. This would be interesting. I may have to like divide this up depending on how the rolls go. But I'm sure chat is sitting here privately cursing me and like trying to make these rolls take longer. So we'll see. That's the worst New Year's servant ever? I mean, hey, it's like your opinion, man. Ugh. Do you think we'll get anything early since the big thing NA was supposed to get during this New Year's was SSR pity? No. Like, it'll be nice if we do, but I'm not going to bank on it. I'm not going to bank on us getting, like, something guaranteed. Sakura's gender and FGO defined or still unknown? Still unknown. It would be funny if we get the attribute stuff early. I mean, I'd be okay with that. I don't think that really matters in the grand scheme of things because, chat, it's nice to be able to see the attribute in game. But let's be real. There's already so much you can't see in game. It's not going to stop you from going to the wiki, really. Like, until all of that shit's available in game, you have to go to the wiki. That's the annoyance of it. So it's like, I'm happy they put it in. It's a good step in the right direction, but like, they got to keep doing it. Clearly we get blue apples early. I don't think you'll get blue apples a day early. Thank you, Dadavi. Can you even check it during the fight? I don't know. I have not looked. Thoughts on Musashi Onsen scene? No. I just regret blue apples. Oh, we know they do. Per their own interviews and design choices were the other obvious indicator. MP2 Takaru? Nice. And for Old Man Musashi? That's fine. When is the Grail creation coming? Grail casting? Grail casting should be at midnight, literally. And just remember, chat, you need basically 4,000 coins each month. Is that the same Theseus? I don't know, picture. Wait, do the other servers have it early, Avalon? That's interesting. Does New Year's usually get maintenance? It's usually done before, to my knowledge. See the animated Samurai Remnant things? I've heard of it. I have not seen it. I heard the Tamamo Aria one's really cute. Is the New Year's Sea available too on the next banner, like Merlin banner? Should be. Sometimes they'll put Cs on that are like specific to the unit and its banner. You'd have to check, but should be. So I think they stopped doing that when they stopped doing like rotational rate ups of like the old New Year's units. Can't wait to roll for Darkness. Yes, we'll be rolling for Darkness tomorrow. Oh, that's interesting, Avalon. Avalon just straight up gave it to them for their New Year's. Intriguing. Why does Takaru need so many fangs? I'ma give you a hint. And it has to do with being a saber and having a face. Just a hint. A face saber, yeah, that's it. This Takuru's not the 5-star saber for the upcoming Samurai Remnant collab. Are you sure about that? What if they just bring it back again? That would be wild if they did. I'm sure you're right, but like... Who do you think is the 5-star during Fate Samurai Remnant now? I have my conjecture, but I'm not going to say. And the reason I'm not going to say is for spoiler reasons. So, if that keys you in on who I'm thinking it is, then more power to you, but I'm not going to say it. Hope she doesn't need Dragon Verse scales? Probably. I mean, I assume Tamamo Aria, if she's coming in, is going to be a support. Like, we'll see how, right? Maybe they'll make Tamamo the new quick support. I can see her as a 4-star support. Yeah, I could too. I mean, like, just because you're a 4-star doesn't mean you can't be a good support. You probably won't be meta at that point, but like, there's still quite a few 4-star support units that get used on a regular basis, so... Summer Kuro says hi. No, she doesn't. I don't change anything I said right there. I said it absolutely knowing that Summer Kuro is a thing. Didn't the devs make the Black Grail rate for you to 0? Pretty much. That's what it feels like. Like, chat, don't expect to see a Black Grail on the stream. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll see a ton. Today, none. Tugger needs a lot of blades for sculpts. The 6.5 blades? I got another 3-star Saber. Did I? I didn't see it. Sweet, though, if I did. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that, Cyrus. They 100% decided the banner well in advance. Looking at popularity has nothing to do with it. Because, like, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of people from Samurai Remnant you don't get in FGO. And that just has to do with, I don't know, dev decisions. John, thank you for the 46. Hope you're doing good. $216 of them? Oh, I got enough. You'll see a K-scope, though? I mean, if I'm lucky. $46 months, holy moly. Yes, I've been streaming FGO for a long time. Probably before most people even realized that, like, Fate was available, like FGO was available nice on Twitch, right? So we're getting that really cute and beautiful caster that appeared in Samurai Remnant. No, I mean, like, I joke about that, but like, she'll probably be on Raid Up, right? Had streamed FGO before the internet was invented? No. No, I'm not. Like, when was the internet invented precisely? I don't want to make a statement. The internet was invented before I was born. I had to double check that. I fully expect Ishtar Arashi this New Year's to be the only time we see Ren in all of 2024. You know, I will say that. That's a good attitude to have so that you don't get disappointed. I think that's how you should look at things. Because if you look at it that way, you've already got 2 in the hand, and then they can't disappoint you with not doing any others. I hope we get Arya on the collab. She has an adult assumption. That'd be great. That'd probably make me like Arya more. Not that I, like, dislike Arya, but just, like, I don't know. Not into children. Where the internet was used by the masses, it was used by us military. I see. Math for Tucker is a pin skill, but nowhere near enough for their actual skills. All about the farm. Remember, chat, too, you do have pure prisms, but it's only going to get you so many. Think she didn't have a support in PNSR? I think it's likely. I think Ari is very likely. You don't get Wada Arco to draw something for nothing. Yeah, what was the last Wada Arco servant we had in FGO? Like, off the top of anyone's head. I know she did, like, Tiamat and Draco, but, like, did we have one after that? Actually, she may not have been Tiamat. That may have been someone else. What do people I work with that play FGO? Nice. Draco was the last. So what you're saying is we're like due in, man. Do you think Samurai Remnant Musashi will be separate or be a skin? That's a good question because she's billed as Berserker in Samurai Remnant, which we already have a Berserker, so they could, but I have the weird suspicion you're just gonna get like a costume for Saber. Or who knows, maybe for Berserker. But I say that. I shouldn't say that. Like odds should be against it being a costume because odds are against there ever being another costume release. Like, they just don't do costumes very often. How many do we need to give the full Nine Tails? Oh god, I mean, Chat, how many of the Nine Tails do you have? You only have like what, 2? Let's go. It's not the Saber I want, but it's the Saber I'll take. Hey, what up, Kuan? Yeah, NA should get our banners in like... Does the chat like less than 4 hours? Or do we actually have maintenance and I don't know? Because I don't think we do. I don't think they announced any maintenance. Three hours? Okay. Yeah, so you guys should be good in a couple of hours here. We have an NA dev diary coming out like right here, which chat, first of all, look, that's a gold saber. Before I finish that thought, that's not the right gold saber. But I'm not going to tell you to get your hopes up, but it is intriguing that they're doing another dev diary right here. So like, I hope that like maybe we're going to get some stuff, but we'll see. You asked for a Japanese saber, right? Yeah. I asked for a saber with a face. The JK and JK Saber stands for just kidding. Yes. Yes, we've known that. They need to do another event like the Idol one then? Yeah, no, the Idol event is still to this day like one of my favorite events, and I think they absolutely should do more. Like they need an Idol event 2 or something like that. Electric Boogaloo, right? Like, I still remember like the pervasive attitude before the Idol event came out that like there were a ton of people that wanted to like, I guess like badmouth the event when it came out on JP. Because there was a lot of like NA players playing on JP that didn't understand and were just angry about delays and stuff like that. But the actual Idol event itself is just phenomenal, and it's one of the best events they've ever created. I loved it. I hope they do it again. Give us costumes, give us new unique music and stuff. Like, it's awesome. Do it again. Yeah. Like, that people's issue was with the stalling, not with the event itself. But there were a ton of people, I guess, that got confused by that and thought the event was bad. Or I guess, like, maybe they just weren't hyped for the units that got costumes. I don't know. I have not done the GSSR yet. But we are at NP3 at the moment. Quite a bit of the Grand Order subreddit are not happy about this. I don't care about the Grand Order subreddit. I'm sorry. Like, and I mean that both in a, like, I legitimately do not care what those people think, and also in a, like, ambivalent, like, no harm, no foul type way. Like, there are people that are really, like, toxic on the Grand Order subreddit, so that's where, like, I don't care what any of them think. But then there's also like people where it's like, I don't know, they're perfectly nice people, but it's like there's just naturally stuff that like gets whipped into a frenzy on that. So Archer, we're definitely getting the whole gambit of classes here. Hello, Nyanta. Actually, I think it's in P2 for my JP. I have not gotten her very often. But like I said, I'm happy that we got it. I think my frustrations lie in the stupidity of the like, hey, it's not a Saber face. Because like I'm just gonna go ahead and declare it. It is a Saber face, regardless of what the devs say at this point. But like that's really it. And then like I guess the whole like, why were we told we weren't getting a collab when we clearly are? But otherwise, like I'm happy with this. I'm excited. I know like this is not gonna be a character that everyone's gonna be interested in. That's fine. There was a character that a lot of people were thinking was gonna be the New Year's servant, because that character was teased during the whatchamacallit, the Grailfront event that we had. And I was kind of the opinion of like, if that's who it is, I don't care. Like, it would have been an easy skip for me. But this is just kind of always the case with New Year's. New Year's are usually like very hit or miss. People either love the servant or they don't. And it usually is not a like community consensus. It literally comes down to like who you are. Versus like your anniversary unit is usually a big ticket unit that everyone loves. Usually. Are we sure we were told no collab? No, that's what I was saying earlier, is like, I want to actually, oh my god. I now have more copies of Rising Mudrain than I do of actual Black Grail. I have 3 copies of Rising Mudrain now. How? I don't like idle stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, I get that's not everyone's cup of tea. I just, like, if you don't like it, to me, that's cool. Just, like, don't, shit on someone else's, like, fun time, right? That's usually how I look at a lot of this stuff. Like, state your piece for why you don't like it, and then, like, let it go, right? But, I can't tell you how many times, like, on stream or on social media or wherever, like, I just saw people, like, complaining about the idol event that clearly had no idea about the idol event. Hold on, chat. I'm having congestion again still from my cold that I had earlier. Jesus. Okay. Don't yuck someone else's yum. Right. Exactly. Takeru is not a dude. I think some people are upset that this New Year's servant is just a pre-release banner for the Samurai Remnant collab. Yeah, I mean, and that we've seen this stuff before, right? Like, in the same way, I think people were upset at Anniversary this past year that like that Morgan like was just Morgan Summer, and it was like a pre-banner for the summer event. I think that's like, I understand people's mentality on that and why that may be upsetting to them. It's not super bothering to me though. As long as like the unit's good, there's someone that I think is like worthy of that attention. If they like literally just make it like this dull pre-banner with like not that good of a unit, then yeah, I think that would have issue with that being the anniversary unit type deal. How many six is like 30 hours of reading? It probably depends on your reading speed. Even if you try skipping through, it'll still take you a long time. Is Takeru even good? Yes. At least you don't have sinusitis? And it's 100% of my sinuses. But what do you mean? Oh, okay, like an actual like infection. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. As best I can tell, I may have had some sort of like sinus infection myself, but like I either didn't like it either didn't get bad enough that I had to take the antibiotics to actually beat it, or I just like I don't know, somehow naturally like overcame it. Do you think a new account made today could make it to Ordeal Call JP before summer? Yes. Yeah, I think, Chad, I think we had someone that made it to like Ordeal Call in like a month or two after starting, so. But yeah, I appear to be getting better, Evie, so I hope you do too. Sucks so much, yeah. The delayed over years. See, that's another person saying Ordeal Call 2 got delayed. Like, I don't know that it got delayed. As far as I can tell, they never like set a date for it, and I think that's purposely why, because they don't want people saying it got delayed. It's just it'll be ready when it's ready type deal. My only statement on this is not that it got delayed so much that like we need to be having story more often than every 6 months. Not like, and at this point, Chad, it's like, you know, it's been like 9 months since the last major story chapter, so. Which I don't think is a good thing. When you roll for Fluffy Tails on an A, are you just going for NP1? I'll probably go for NP2. I don't think I'm going for NP5, but I'll probably go for NP2. She's a weird one where like I've noticed NP1 is like you can definitely get away with NP1 for like the support capability of it, but if you're actually trying to use her offensively as like a damage dealer, you're probably gonna want that NP2 at sometimes. It's that kind of like neutral argument again. But even then, there's gonna be some stuff she's not gonna be able to overcome. So. There's no proof of a link. Yeah, and I think that's by design. I don't think you'll ever know, because I think that's the stance they're taking now, is they're not going to tell us anymore. Like, because I think they saw the debacle that happened with the delay on LV7, and I think they said, like, we're not letting this ever happen again. So we're just not going to tell them when it's coming. And that's sad. I don't think they should do that. I think, like, for years we had been... What? High pizza delivery valves. Just want it to be a gold Saber. Come on, you can do it. You gonna make a Dominion video? I feel like I get asked this every single stream by the same people. They stalled for a year for LB7, and it wasn't released on time. That's a problem, isn't it? No, I mean, like, so, chat, I'm sure there were people working on LB7 well in advance, but they literally went, like, you know, 6.0 to like to Tunguska into 6.5 and then into 7, right? Like, so basically it would have been a year and a half between the major story chapter of 6 and 7, but they did do Tunguska and 6.5 in that time. For comparison, they haven't done anything this time around. There hasn't been a, like, Ordeal Call 0.5. There hasn't been, like, and I think, like, that's probably what they're thinking is, like, the Grailfront event, but they didn't bill it like that. So that's going to naturally cause issues. But we'll see, right? I think this is them trying to, like, blur the lines a lot more between, like, what is a story release and what is a event, and them trying to like plug a lot more seriousness into the events. And that's why I said, like, that's part of the reason I think events are taking too long to come out now, and I don't like that. I think they actually need to like I'm okay with like serious stories and stuff at events, but I think like they're maybe going too far in that direction, and it's causing them to not be able to release events very quickly either. Yes, we should have the epilogue for Tunguska. The devs haven't exactly defined that. Yeah, that's... I don't know why they haven't at this point. The community are now calling it Ordeal Stall. I haven't heard that one yet, but that's interesting. But like, yeah, like I think it's a fair statement at the end of the day. We've been stalling since like the first year of Lost Belt. Like the first year of Lost Belt, chat, we had the prologue, Lost Belt 1, Lost Belt 2, and Lost Belt 3. All in 1 year. Since then, you've gotten on average like 1.5 stories to like 1 now per year. And I'm like, we were like pumping back then, and now like we're kind of way slowed down. Wasn't LB4 delayed? Slightly, yes. They had an issue with getting LB4 and Gouda 4 out. And they chose to do LB4 first because that was the one that they promised people. But, like, I don't know that you can really say delayed on that one, just that they had a tough time getting it out on time. And people were upset. Because I guess there was like a lot of stalling before, a lot of dead time. Or do College just a way for NASA to focus on Red Garden? What? Hi, Caskill. Do I have you on JP? I do. Okay. That's probably a higher NP level of Caskill. That's good. Cast Mongrel? Yes. Yeah, not Cersei. It's the boss, Cad. What do you mean? That's true. Now, where my ruler Gil, chat? I think you've got a spook now of everything of the base class except Rider and Berserker. Yeah, I think so. I don't know if Torak's keeping track anymore. I know he had been, but... Do you think they'll announce anything important on the dev diary that we don't already know? I think it's possible. Again, as always, chat, don't get your hopes up. Whoops. Whoops. Risty, I think, of the 43. I think this is now finally the luck coming back because we got so lucky early. So we're in a little bit of a doldrum here. Grail casting, baby? Yes. Have you taken a look at the new silhouettes? I have, but it's difficult for me to conjecture because a lot of it's spoiler territory. Always keep expectations low. Yeah. Have you seen the new trailer of MiHoYo? No, I did not. Like chat, I did not get to stay up to watch the live stream. So I've been told about a lot of the stuff, but I have not seen it. So I will take the time to probably look, but being fully transparent with you, have started a new server for Conan Exiles. And that is absorbing my... I don't know why I'm a sucker for survival game. Those Voices of Babylon, that's awesome. Ruler Gil is Gil post FGO. Interesting. Am I enjoying it? Yes. I love Conan. I have not seen the short, but I have heard it's good. One of them is going to be the Remnant characters. Yeah, there's definitely some speculation of Remnant characters. Those would be the easiest to discuss. But a lot of the JP stuff, and like chat, I hate this because we're just at a like cold hard divide that we've kind of never been at before in FGO between the two communities. We're like, until we're through LB7, like we can't say shit to JP and JP can't say shit to us. So it's like there's just this like don't ask, don't tell policy going on right now. That's just going to kind of be in place for at least the next year. So we can't talk about LB7 or Deal Call. I mean, like in the spoiler channel, you obviously can, but like again, like discussing any of that stuff's just inviting someone to basically just spoil everyone, and so that's why. Like, have you played Witch of the Holy Night Steam release? I've not. And the reason I have not, as chat knows, I was going through Fate Stay Night's visual novel first, so like I haven't touched the Tsukihime remake or Mihoyo yet. But I did see it's come out on Steam, so I'm happy for it. Are you planning to read Hollow Ataraxia? At this point, I have like so much stuff on my docket visual novel wise to do, and visual novels, like, to me, are very slow progression. Because it's just read. And this is very interesting to me too, because like all the time I get people that ask me to read it, but if I actually sit down and stream the visual novel, a ton of people will be like, oh, this isn't FGO, and they won't watch. So it's like I very much like sprinkle it in. But do not like to just sit there and only do the visual novel. Do you think FGO will ever change their UI? I love that I just mentioned this earlier. Now we have someone bring it up. No, I mean, like, you know, I'll say this. FGO's UI is perfectly fine. The issue is not the UI. I love FGO's UI. It's awesome. And they have no reason to change it. The issue with the UI itself is that it doesn't give you enough information. That's the only thing that needs to change. Like, not the design of the UI. Just, like, they need to actually just straight up give you, like, hey, like, why can't we read traits? You know? I find it funny when people are like, when you streaming, and then when you stream, people don't watch. Yeah, it's the sad part about being a streamer is, like, please understand, guys, I'm not trying to be rude or trying to be an ass, but, like, when people ask me to stream something, a lot of the times I kind of, like, I put in the back of my mind that, like, people are requesting this, but it doesn't mean I'm going to stream it necessarily. Or that, like, it's so far down the line that I just won't commit. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to say they can't make it better, right? Just that, like, I think at the end of the day, you could always improve FGO's UI, but I've seen people make the claim of, like, oh, FGO's UI needs to be like Arknights or like Star Rail or like, and I'm just like, I don't care. Like, it's FGO. It's not going to be like that. It just basically tells me you're dissatisfied with the game and you prefer this other gacha game. So it's like, I never really understand complaints to that degree, right? What an appropriate song for this stream. Why do we need external websites to see the numbers on skills? Yeah, I agree. Like, you shouldn't. You should just know. Did that work? Yep. Love how simple the FGO UI is. Same. Doing second chat. They were shooting off fireworks over near my house. My dog. Ooh, gold saber. There we go, chat. NP4. We've done shit. It'd be sad if everything was homogenized to be like it. Yeah, I think that's like kind of what people want, is to like look like their favorite gacha games, and I get that. And like, I'll use the example of Conan again, right? Like, what? YouTube removed one of my old roll videos because it violates their spam, deceptive practices, and scams policy. Wild. What? Yeah, I don't know what that is. That's either a false flag or someone like reported my video out of like spite. I don't get that in the slightest. Rolling gotcha is spam confirmed, right? Like if that's the case, like damn, some content creator's about to be pissed. Cause like, holy crap. No, this was like, I think my old JP Summer Tomowave roll video. Definitely some idiot who did that. It's so random. Yeah, it really, like, I don't understand that, nor did it hit, like, any of my other videos, so it'd be what it'd be. Looks like at the beginning of the year, and I won't bite you in the ass later. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I was just trying to get set up. Chat, why are people still asking this question? I've been very purposely not answering the question as to, wait, Cad, how many are you rolling? We're at NP4 already, chat. You never answered, I know. It should be pretty obvious. NP4 is the best ever. I have stopped at NP4 before, and people got really pissed at me the time that I did it. It is wild to see, like, the amount of, like, I guess, like, entitlement from people that were like, wait, you can't stop at NP4. What the fuck? But I explained it, and the logic was that I was going to roll a GSSR right after that had the unit. And so I was like, well, I'd feel like an idiot if the unit showed up in the GSSR. And it did! So that's where, like, rolling for MP4 actually paid off. You know, FGO is banned in my country because they loot historical figures here? Wait, what? Is your country China? Alright, chat. Now, before we do... Actually, I think I can just convert right there. No, it's going to make me try to buy. Hold on. I think if I had done it right there, it would have allowed me, but... Whee! Alright, that's at least enough for another. India, religious country. Interesting. Okay. I can see that, right? If you click the fragments on the top, you can convert them. Yeah, that's the part that I always get wrong. Captain, thank you for the 29. How are you doing? And Risty, I don't know how I didn't see this. Thank you for the 43. I win. Thank you for the 58. My apologies, chat. I appear to have missed some of you resubbing to me. I hope you guys are doing good. Who would have guessed? Yeah. Happy New Year to everybody. We're pretty much there. How would you go doing paid JP with an iOS device? Would you know? Have a Japanese iTunes account and buy Japanese iTunes gift cards. How I do it. Get the inevitable quartz in the present box. I already did. Started out doing that. But hopefully I only have to buy the one pack for the GSSR. That'd be amazing. Bubba Lancer's the worst possible result for me on the NAGSR. How good, bad she? She's gotten better because she got a charge upgrade. That really allowed her to be utilized a lot more compared to some of her counterparts. Damage is still the suspect issue, but she is Buster, and so you can do a lot with amplifying Buster damage. So you're still fine. I think the issue is going to be, like, do you have someone else that's stronger? Does anyone have the charge buff yet? I don't believe we do. Not yet. Dev Diary in 12 minutes? Yes. I am somewhat keeping my eye on it. Let me grab the link. Although, did we actually get the link? Yeah, okay, here it is. Then 10 minutes. All right, chat, real quick. Let me go load up my next pack here. Hopefully it's the only pack I have to buy, and MP5 is sitting right around the corner. But I gotta switch accounts. Okay. Have to go grab my iTunes gift card. And then basically, now that it's pulled into the account, just gotta load it up, and we should be good. Okay. Sorry about that. Brief intervention. Intermission. Not intervention. My congestion keeps making me like slur my words. I don't know why. Every once in a while I just like say the wrong like thing. Ugh. Dad, you need an intervention? Yes, that's the sign, chat. You've been waiting for. We're watching the NA Diary? Yes, we will. I will pause the rolls to watch the NA Dev Diary. This is the scam part, the streamer node. Yes. Maybe I should just like have a moral at the end of all of this and say, please gotcha responsibly. Gotchaing is practically gambling. Don't do that. Ask your parents for permission. Don't ever spend beyond your means. There you go. That's all the normal morals, right? Don't have to pause the rolls if you get MP5. That's true. Unfortunately, that's woo. So we just need a Saber to show up here in like, I don't know, 7 minutes. Please don't sell the house and car, just pick one. You know, how about neither? LOD. Saw gold and thought I called it. Yeah. No, I'm not happy at least until it's Saber, chat. Can't get my hopes up. Technically, you really only need one kidney, right? No. I can see certain religious groups banning FGO from being played. Yeah, and this was the topic that came up the other day when we were talking about like religious icons in FGO and Fate in general. It's like, you know, obviously like Christianity and Catholicism are displayed in Fate. Like you have the church being involved and stuff like that. And then there's various other like mythological people. There's Buddhism and Hinduism and stuff with some of the units. But it's like, I've already talked about this before, that like, yes, I'm aware that the savior class is a thing, but I think for FGO, they're probably going to stay away from like the biggest religious icons. Like, I don't think you're going to see Buddha, Jesus, or Muhammad or something like that basically in FGO. Not that they might not get mentioned, but I just don't think you're going to see that, right? But it's like, it doesn't mean you won't see anything religious. Like, we've got like Amakusa, we've got Martha. I think you'll see it, but you know, it just depends, right? Wouldn't mind seeing angels or other Christian servants come into the game. I wouldn't really either, as long as they're done well, as long as it's not like disrespectful type deal, right? Like, you don't want to see like Jesus Avenger come in and like he's like all about like murdering people, right? Like, I'm okay with like different interpretations of things, but it's just like, just be somewhat respectful to like the original concept, I guess. I could see Buddha as an NPC maybe, but that's it. Yeah. But it's like, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong on that. That's just my theory anyways. But I think like doing so allows them to avoid a lot of like potentially contentious topics, but it you know, they've already got some contentious topics, so we'll see. Lucifer Beast, baby. I mean, we already got Mephisto, so Buddha would just be there for the vibes, yeah. Almost naked in historical depictions. Yeah, I mean, do you think they'll add Savior or Watcher class? Watcher's, I think, the most difficult one, because there's like, y'all, if you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't, right? So we'll just leave it at that. Savior, I think Savior is just like gonna be spicy depending on who they try to put in, right? Now, I haven't done my GSSR yet. Jesus Ultra will be just like in Drifters. I mean, in that regard, I'm very happy we didn't get to see a Drifter Season 2. I liked the Drifter show. I thought it was pretty cool. But, like, if that's where they were headed with it, I'm like, I kind of now see why this didn't get renewed for a second season. I think it would have just pissed people off. And you think a Judas Pretender? Yeah, like, I think you could do someone like Judas. You could do one of the, like, 12 disciples. Insert commonly asked question here. Insert commonly given answer numerous times from streamer, but also a unique twist for this one particular variant of how I happen to be answering it. We're gonna Ragnarok as dog shit. I liked it. I know people get all upset about like the animation quality, but I just like, I didn't care. I vibed with the anime. I've heard the manga's better, but it's, you know, It is what it is. Insert Golden Sumo. Insert Golden Sumo good. Other CEs probably better, though. That we can meta game chat all you want. I can keep doing this for hours. 2 minutes? Yeah, I've got it up on the side screen. This will probably be the last roll here, and then we'll sit on it. Because it's saying it's 60 seconds. So we will end lay recording here and pick it up back on the back side of the dev diary. Okay, switch screens. Kill song request. Make Aurelia see-through. And hopefully soon. Wow, chat. Who's that? Dreamception. Really a John Cena. Yeah. Sorry I'm late. No, it's all good. Welcome. Anubis, thank you for the follow. Also, wait, chat, did I never turn my alerts on? I just realized that. I don't know if anyone heard that. Do they give so much charge to an art servant? I mean, it happens. You think we'll get Greek gods, the servant like Zeus and Aphrodite and Demeter? I know people really want Demeter. She was one of the most requested. And I don't know. It's certainly possible, no matter what has been said in the story and in the lore. But I'm not sure it's actually necessarily going to be a thing. So, let's see. Just waiting on it, chat. Premiere will begin shortly. Here we go. Oh, that loud. So this tells you it's pre-recorded. This should surprise no one. It is literally New Year's. I guarantee you they're not in the office again, so... I hate it being loud, yeah. I want Aphrodite more than I want air. Hey, that's irregular, but cool. There really should be more Greek god servants. Yeah, I mean, in the same way, I think there should be more like Nordic pantheon as well. Like, I think these are quote-unquote dead religions now. They're very easy. They're very hype. People like seeing them. I think there's, like, no issue with it other than, like, Nasu's own headcanon about, like, the, like, lore impact of it. You did not miss the analysis. Because we've been rolling the whole time. But again, chat, what do you most think that we're going to get announced here? I think this is going to be just a, here's your New Year's banner, here's your New Year's, like, other units and stuff that are coming. And then, by the way, this is what Grail casting is. I think that's it. I think that's it. That's all. Maybe a brief mention of, by the way, there's whatchamacallit out now. Mahoyo on Steam. Although, no, it's Mr. 2, so probably not. Oh, and the Mystico, yeah.
I'm Kano Yoshiki, the second section director of FGO. I hope all of you enjoyed Arch-Primate Biosphere Tunguska Sanctuary. Today, I'd like to introduce this campaign. The 2024 New Year's campaign is just around the corner. I'll introduce just a few of the contents. A special login bonus will be available on the first 3 days of the new year.
Okay.
The reward for January 2nd will be a crystallized lore, and on the 3rd, you can receive a Holy Grail. Continuing from the previous New Year's campaign, we also have this for you. The New Year's special panel missions are back.
Do your daily
In
mission.
addition to rewards for clearing each mission, a special illustration will be revealed panel by panel. You'll want to be sure to clear all 17 missions. New Year's limited daily missions will also be available. Normally, each mission awards 10 mana prisms. For New Year's, we are doubling the rewards, so up to 420 mana prisms are available over 7 days.
Yay!
Next
New
is
players.
this. The Start Dash campaign will have increased rewards, and we'll be holding a returning master login bonus. I hope both new masters and those who have been away from the game will take this chance to play FGO. We will also have a social media reaction campaign. The reward for 20,240 reactions achieved will
That's
be
cute.
a New Year's limited craft essence and 20,240,000 QP.
Oh
So
boy.
be sure to participate.
I can't use that.
Plus,
QP.
users who log in on the first 3 days of the new year will get a New Year's gift login bonus of 30 Saint Codes. Of
Okay.
course, it wouldn't be the new year without this, the guaranteed summon. The eligible servants are shown here. This year will feature 14 different guaranteed summons, divided by noble phantasm type and further into 3 knights, 4 cavalries, and extra class groups. Plus, when you perform the guaranteed summon, you can get 1 Holy Grail. Each user can choose only 1 guaranteed summon to perform only once for a cost of 15 paid Saint Codes. Please choose carefully. Next, I'd like to show you a video of the new servant who will be added on New Year's. Take a look.
Oh god, I made it turn this down.
太陽は死そう
Loud.
来世は来たいことほぐがよい大地の流血をもって我はいず鋼星落下流水
Bonk.
The new servant added for New Year's 2024 will be Koyanskaya of Dark. Of course, she will come along with the New Year's 2024 pickup summon. A trial quest for Koyanskaya of Dark will also be available. The New Year's campaign is coming right after this stream, beginning at 8 p.m. PST on 31st December 2023. Next, I have some information about the upcoming event in January. Here it is. This is a revival version of the Lord
Impressive.
Elmeroid II's Case 5 collaboration event. A new chapter has been added to the story for the revival. Please look forward to it. Next, take a look at the silhouette of some of 2024's upcoming servants. Here they are.
Who could they be?
Get a good look at their designs and of course how they feature in the story as you play the game this year. Finally, I have some news about the main story. Here it is. Part 2 Chapter 7 is coming in 2024. You can look forward to this for sure.
When?
That's all I have for today's Developer's Diary. The past year for FGO English saw not only Chapter 6 of the main story, but also a variety of exciting events and campaigns. And in 2024, we are heading into Part 2 Chapter 7. I really hope you'll enjoy it. Here's to another great year together with FGO. See you in 2024.
That it? Okay, so I was wrong, chat. Let's quickly, dear God, quickly talk about this. Okay, so yeah, you guys get a grail from this, from the login rewards. I did forget about this. This is a good one because it's an extra grail that we're gonna get. You guys will be getting grail casting, obviously. So each month you can print 2 more grails. So you guys are gonna get this. Plus, again, I think he denoted a grail from the GSSR. So as long as you guys do that, that means you have the potential this, like literally tomorrow, of suddenly receiving like 4 grails. Like, boom. Okay? Sorry, not tomorrow because you'll need all the way till January 3rd. So by the 3rd, you could have received 4 grails. So you'll get technically 3 tomorrow. And then the 4th one there. So really, really nice in that regard. Just a nice, huge influx of grails for those of you guys that still need them for stuff. For those of you guys that aren't, is what it is. You guys are going to get daily missions every single day. You get summon tickets from this in courts, so go ahead and do them. They're just like, hey, you know, kill X or Y thing, take this thing to that thing, you name it, right? So you guys are getting more mana prisms. Again, the little lion's dance, and this is for the basically the social media campaign. So when you guys see it on Twitter, go retweet it, go like it. Same thing with Facebook. And then let me see here. So again, if you guys log in for the first 3 days of the new year, at any point on the first 3 days, you guys are going to get the 30 courts. He talked about the GSSR. I'm fine with that. That's kind of what I meant when I said he was going to talk banners. And so again, you guys kind of know what the deal is on this. If you didn't already, I've had numerous people ask me about this and what they're going to be doing. So it is what it is. Again, you guys are going to get the grail from that, as we already talked about. It's only 15 paid Saint courts from it, so not too bad. We're going to get Queen Sky of Dark. I'm going to do a unit analysis on her either tomorrow or today if I have time at the end of stream. And then he's just saying like, hey, this begins at literally midnight, so you guys can expect that. Again, just keep in mind there is some nice stuff from the campaign, so make sure you guys are doing all of the missions and so on and whatnot. The thing I didn't expect, and this is rather rare, is he talked about our next event, Lady Rain's Case Files Revival. This is one of the first times in recent memory that the devs of NA have talked about something before I have. We've talked about this, I just haven't gone over it with you guys, but normally I'm ahead of the devs. This is one of those rare scenarios where they actually wanted to tease stuff for the future. Good for them. I think it's actually what they need to do more, but they should have stopped there. They should have kept going at that point, made a little bit of a longer premiere instead of like a 3-minute one. They gave us the silhouettes. I understand this. I will say this. Like, I understand them wanting to do this. It's funny to us because we already know, but if you're a like casual player, something you probably don't know. But also at the same time, if you're a casual player, you're probably not watching the dev diary the second it comes out. So it is what it is. I will say, like, if it were me, I'd probably just fill in the blanks and just say, like, here's a look at some of the servants that are going to be coming to you in 2024 and not dump the silhouettes. But I also understand they want to give it to you the same way that JP had it, so like I'm not going to really fault them for that. For me, I'd do it different, but I'm not going to fault them. Part 2, Chapter 7 release planned for 2024. Yeah, we know when this is coming. This is December, so don't get excited for it. Don't anticipate it, despite what he told you. This is 12 months away, chat. Just, you guys got time. And then, let's see. Was there anything else? No. So the one thing he didn't talk about was grail casting. He didn't make any mention of the new upcoming feature being added to the game, which is like wild to me because the whole point of that feature is it's locked behind Tunguska epilogue. You guys have to complete the Tunguska epilogue to get it. So it's meant to drive you guys to do story and catch up. And we just literally got a no mention from the devs here on this. So I'm like, it's wild to me that Mr. 2 just didn't even name drop it. I guess. I could have seen that more than talking about Lady Rain's case files, but it is what it is. So I don't mind. How long is Dev Diary? Like 3 minutes? Yeah, I mean, the premiere started at that point. No, it's like 6 minutes. Okay, so he spent longer than I thought. But again, it's an interesting one. Like, it's pretty much what we expected. I'm not, excited or disappointed. It just, we kind of knew. This was not going to be too much. There was the possibility that he could have, like, announced something new coming to NA that was early or something like that, but like I said, I don't get my hopes up for that at this point. I pretty much assume that it's just going to be as it was. So, anyways, chat, back to the rolls. I know chat. Okay, let me turn back on song request. Get Aurelia back to being present. And continue the recording. All right, so we're back. And we just had the dev diary go through. We just got to see kind of what their plans are for NA for a little bit here. Nothing too exciting, just the announcement of the Lady Rain's case files, which again, we'll go over that as we actually get to that point, chat. But that's all on the docket of like my early videos to be doing next week, because like, until we actually get to the case files event, there's not going to be really anything to do. So I've got a ton of videos to make for the New Year's. Again, we're finally done with all of the like grind that's been going on NA and JP there for a little bit. The next big grind event will be case files if you guys want to do the Barbados raid. And the reason I say if is because that's really going to boil down to like your needs as a master. More veteran masters probably will not need the materials from Barbados nearly as much, and newer masters probably will. So it's really just going to depend on your needs. After that, we really don't have anything big coming until Tesla Fest in March on NA, and JP is going to be a toss-up at this point. We know we have the collab coming for Samurai Remnant. We don't really know too much about that, but it is what it is. Mega raids, yes. Yeah, there's plenty of like casual people out there that don't know jack shit about like what's upcoming. But that's just because like all they do is play the game. They don't interact with the community ever, and so they don't really know. There's plenty of people that don't go look stuff up on wikis, that don't like they just kind of stumble through everything. It is what it is, right? Like they can care about those people. I think they have to as a developer, but like, naturally this is sort of the issue is like whenever you make a live stream or like some sort of like developer like content that you're issuing to the community, you always, I guess, do so with the understanding that like it has to be for everyone, but that like there's going to be a ton of people that just don't see it. That's always the case. And that's with any game. Do we wait now for 12 a.m. for an A? Yes. Okay. Okay. Looks like we got more, and it looks like Cad's gonna need probably another pack on JP. Oh, that is an expensive one. Every JP pack sets Cad's VTuber model a month further away. I hope not. Now, you know, again, talking about the new year, chat, and what's to come for me, you know, I'm pretty set in my ways at this point, but like, I still want to do like some new stuff with stream. I still want to like have some fun with things. You guys are gonna get to see my VTube model this year. I can guarantee that. I've been working on stuff behind the scenes with regards to that. A lot of it is like a waiting game because you're waiting on various different parts of things. So it is what it is. I'm also kind of waiting for the time to be right. I wanted to try rushing it and trying to get it done, but things did not end up working out for that. So I kind of took my sweet time. But that'll be a thing. Like I told you guys, I've got a ton of videos that I want to like pump out here early in the year. For like, hey, this is sort of covering the bases from last year that we did. Things where it's sort of like a State of the Union almost of FGO that we do every year. And kind of talking about the upcoming year going forward. These are very similar to like videos you see other content creators make in that regard. But like, I tend to have a different spin on them than most other people do. Like, for instance, you'll see people that are like, here are the 5 servants to roll for in 2024. I don't make those types of videos. I instead make a video where it's like, all right, we're going through every single banner. Here's the full-blown banner review for FGO for 2024. I make the case for every unit. I don't make the case for just one. Because I feel like it just is a disservice to be like, only pay attention to these, you know? Videos I need to run. If you're lucky, AP, maybe I can one-shot them. If you're lucky. You're not lucky. CAD VTuber or LB7? Oh, CAD VTuber before that. 100%. Are you making a what do you want to see in year 9 video? Yeah. That'll definitely be on the docket. Make a best servants in 2026 and be okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, the best servant for 2026, chat, calling it right now, is going to be Maxwell's Demon. No, Abe no Seimei is 2027 at the least. Okay? Like, any news are up on the site now? Good. Cat, you know that's a lie, but I love it. It's not. You guys aren't ready for Mash Alter in 2030? Yeah, in Fragment of 2030, because by that time, we'll only have part of 2030 remaining. Has Cad rolled GSSR yet? I have not. We have not finished the Yamato Takeru rolls. And again, I want to say this for anyone that was present for the first half of the rolls, but maybe, or wasn't present for the first half of the rolls, but was maybe tuning in now because of the live stream. Sadly, chat, JP 100% spoiled the revelation of who Fate Samurai Remnant Saber is. They just absolutely put it in game. They talked about it on the stream. Everyone's going to start throwing that name around. So I now have to treat it as non-spoiler. You're not going to like be able to get around it, so to speak. Have you guys heard the new crit meta on 2033? Oh, man. Crit meta, chat. I'm pretty sure, like, by 2033, we'll have the new meta just being triple black grail, and you just pop 3 courts every single run to charge everyone's NPs to full. And then, like, do it that way. Okay, so hold on, chat. Let me load up another pack here real fast. It'll go faster from here because I've already switched the account over. Don't have to do all the steps. You know, if I could get my camera to focus. There we go. You learn to charge MPs with Senkorts, right? Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a new feature that they'll add to make more money. I still think it's wild that they haven't, like, just hired a couple of interns to basically start making skins for them and, like, just make more money that way. Like, chat, $10, Anniversary Blonde on Saber. There you go. Imagine how much money they would make just with that skin. Like, you don't even have to talk about some of the other possibilities. They're certainly there. But, like, yeah, it's just like, oh, okay, that's just gonna make us a crap ton of money. So it's like, then you start thinking about other ideas, other things they could do, and it's like, sell chroma packs. Yeah, I mean, you could, right? That'd be a way of differentiating your saber from like Hera's saber, from like Cyrus's saber, from like Okita's saber. Like, so like, I think there would be various different ways to like handle that. Okay. Go. $10 that ship would sell for 25. Sadly, you were right. I would just hope that if they're going to do something like that, they'd be a little bit more reasonable on the pricing. That'd print so much money, I hate it. It would. It would. And like, I don't know. Like, I know people would hate it, but it's like, if they're somehow their issue was having enough money, at least they would have enough money that way. I'm not saying I want to see it. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, if that allowed you to actually get skins that you wanted on your favorite unit, I think that's probably the most people's desire and benefit. Ready for the 2030 Khadroth drop banner? Yeah. Fate Season Pass. Fate Stay Forever. Yeah, and at least with like costumes and skins and stuff, they're very much in the eye of the beholder. They're opt-in type deals. So it's like, you'll still make a ton of money, but like, Chad, if you don't have the unit, you don't have to buy it. If you don't like the unit, you don't have to buy it. If you don't like the skin, you don't have to buy it. So it's like, it has to take everything lining up for you to buy it. Revenue enhancing devices, yeah. I buy skins for $20+ and it comes with one 10 pull. Yeah, I think you could do some interesting stuff. Khadroth character in FGO. No. Okay, see, that assumes that there's a future that they start collaborating with content creators, and that'll never happen. What is Tuxedo Artoria from Fate Zero, right? I know the end game is fashion, always is. Aurelia collab? That'd be amazing. I'm down. I just want Lartoria to get off the horse. I think it'd be really cool to see a variant of Lartoria, like that is, like, it, you know, kind of how Ruler is, right? Like, I would like to see that, but I also understand that, like, they seemingly are done with Lartoria's storyline, and I hate that they are. I wish they weren't. Does that mean we'll have the same month instead of 3-week parts? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna like handle it the same way that they did on JP with LB7, because we had like the first part and the second part. They might. They may like squish it all together. We'll see. Is this Cersei finally? What? I have never seen that before. I have never on either server been spooked by Tamamo. Ever. I only have 2 copies of Tamamo. One on an A, one on JP. Both of them I had to go pretty hard to get. On JP, I never got her and ended up having to use a guaranteed pick on her. On NA, it was like 1,000 courts and she finally showed up. But I've never seen a spook. I have never seen a spook of Tamamo. That's great. That's actually awesome. Tamamo is a good one to have multiple MP levels of. That allows me to go over 100% charge. That allows me to heal more with her. So I am A-okay with that. That just makes me like, what the hell, man? Why now? These spooks on this banner be wild. I think your Cersei is sick. I think so too. First time for everything. It is. I think Tamamo, of like the original cast of like year one permanent year one permanent SSRs, Tamamo's like the only one that has never spooked me until now. Like, that's just freaking wild. And you know, again, like chat, has never spooked me wailing on one account and having a second account. So it's like, I'm impressed that it took that long. Like, that was the furthest thing from my mind that could happen. Glad you have Tamamo now. Oh, I had Tamamo before this. It's just like, that's in P2. So like, and I'm actually not upset about it. I'm more just shocked that it happened. Chat, give me one more second. I need to blow my nose. Yeah, we are NP5ing the Saber face. Don't roll new permanent SSRs, you'll get spooked by them eventually. True. No, I mean, like, as someone that has wailed a ton on NA and not seen certain units, that's why I say that. Like, I know it's asking a lot for like a free-to-play player to be like, oh, I'll just let them spook me. It's like, keep in mind how much you plan to roll. Doing the blow right on stream? Yeah. It's a lot of Saber faces in 6 months. It is. Every new permanent they add makes the pool bigger, so the odds getting any specific unit are smaller and smaller. Yep. And that's like, we're at the point where like, sure, maybe chat, like if FGO were to start, if we were to get FGO Classic and like there was a new server today and you started on it, your odds of getting a permanent unit to spook you, super high. Like, super high. Like, your odds of seeing, like, I don't know, like, Vlad to show up, you're probably gonna get him, right? Like, just because there's not that many options in the pool. But the longer time has gone on, we've gotten tons of them. You never been spooked by OG Saber? Oh, man. That's half of what I've been expecting when I get a gold Saber. I've been expecting it to be OG instead. Do you think they ever split the permanent pool? No, I don't think they will. I think it'd be cool if they did. I more than anything, I'd rather see them like do something interesting with the story summons. I've played since day one and I have 0 Johns. Yeah. I have like 20, so. Better JK Fox? Oh no. I wish Story Summer were better. I just, like, I think it would be cool if it had, like, some sort of rotation to it. You already own Japanese, Arthur? True. Like, Story Banner getting rotated right-ups? Yeah. Yeah, I want to see it, like, where, like, there's almost, like, pools that rotate. So that, like, you have higher odds of getting what you want, and you can select times to roll to get it. I think, and hear me out on this, chat, I think that would also add an element of FOMO to the story. Gosh. We don't like FOMO, but the devs do. So it's like, that would actually help them out, but it would also help the players out because it'd be better than just a total crapshoot. Or wish list like Nike. So how does that work, chat? Because like I obviously have not played Nike. I assume it's like you tell it, hey, these are the units that I want, kind of like the Destiny summon, and then like after a while it basically pities its way to you. Like one of the options or something. Gold orbs. It's not a Saber. Oh, okay. Kin Leong Yu. They need to make a permanent pity. Yeah, I mean there is no pity in the story banner right now, so it'd be an easy way of making the story banner not suck ass. The problem is that would be like their big announcement one anniversary, and they'd be like, "Hey, look what we did," and we'd be like, "Cool, thanks, that's nice," but like that doesn't actually change things. Like there'd be plenty of people to be happy to see it, but I think for us vets, it'd be like, all right, cool. Think like 5 for each pool instead of having everything available at the same time. You get decent odds. Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I assume that's like when you say wish list, that it has to be like you select certain things that you want. The game is ending in like 1 to 2 years tops. I don't think it is ending. I don't think this game will end for a long time. Not as long as not as long as like Type Moon's behind it. What? All right, Leah's curse is now in effect. I think it's only like NP2 for me. I don't think I had a high NP level of Tlaloc. At least I don't think. She's permanent after all. I know. I was thinking like, oh, it's pretend. I was like, oh, it's gotta be Hephaestion, and then it was Tlaloc, and I was like, huh? Like this gotcha just keeps throwing shit at me that I'm just not expecting. Thought it was Faker for a second. Same. Which, by the way, chat, y'all got Faker coming up on NA. Is that Unipermit? Yes, it is. Uh-oh. We called it, chat. There it is. Now we can stop rolling. Oh no, what is this? Atalanta, okay. Oh, this is a wild turn of events. Samurai Remnant right up, I guess. Should have been Tomoe, should have. This last copy, though, it'd be what it be. Purpile Purpurina. Thank you for the follow. Okay, come on. Oh, really? 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 I'm at 28. All right, chat, give me 1 minute. Don't you dare, Avalon. Don't you dare. Okay, here we come, chat. All right. 196 more in the tank. We are coming up on pity. Actually, I guess we're already after pity now. Okay, Cad, melt can't spook you. I mean, I wouldn't mind melt. Shark on acid, thank you for the follow. Who's the better JK Fox? I don't know. This is definitely a troll law. Suzu, please. Yeah. It's the legendary Japanese Saber. Yeah. It's just that easy? Yeah. It's not that easy, chat. Am I rolling GSSR 2? Yes, if I can get to it. The game is making an attempt. Oh my god, the fireworks are going crazy now. Watanabe is next. I'm sending him over. Please not like that. But I get King Arthur rather than Japanese King Arthur because I already have King Arthur. And then Tomoe showed? You mean, yeah. Boot cat all week, pretty much. How good or bad is Tamama Lancer today? She's pretty good. Like, she's gotten a charge upgrade at this point. NA doesn't have it yet, I don't think, but she's got a charge upgrade that allows her to be used. I think, like, the problem that you're always going to have is, like, trying to, like, compare her to, like, an Enkidu or something like that, and it's like, you can do that, but she's serviceable, she's usable. I think the problem is damage output at this point, and she just really needs an NP interlude is all. But if there's one thing that is easy to deal with in Buster, it's damage. So, the fact she has the charge means you can use her effectively. We'll talk about the kit when I actually get to the unit analysis. Most importantly, chat, Tamama Lancer is hot. Yes, the only factor that matters. It's how you feel about the unit. Cat is stalling content for you too. This is not stalling. It's not being stalled by me on purpose. It's being stalled by the gacha. The gacha's the one that refuses to give me the last copy, which is, you know. I got a Sherlock going forward. Sherlock's still one of the only units that can give Invuln and Pierce to other people, so he's really nice in that regard. He's always been like a fun offensive challenge unit, but like he's never been meta in that regard. It's like, is he good? Yes. Is he like the end all be all? No. Mr. 2 is stalling? Yeah. So is NA GSSR at reset today or tomorrow? NA GSSR is at midnight. Not to be confused with anything else. But we're trying, chat. And like I said, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do GSSR. Then we're gonna go through Takeru's kit because I think at this point, like, this is gonna end up taking probably all the way until New Year's. So. Assuming the gacha doesn't let me out here. Yep. No. 2 hours and 17 minutes. Duke of Flame on JP. Not bad. Still not a Black Rail, but... Oh, is it at Daily Reset? Is it not at midnight? Interesting. And before Cad's credit card cuts him off? Oh no, it won't be the credit card. It'll be Play Asia. It's already happened once before. What's the Amakusa see come? The one who desires salvation or something like that? God, it's just Atalanta Central. I'm about to walk out of this with an NP5 Atalanta at this rate. One more and I got it. MP5 Fion or MP4 Percival for Lancer looping. Do you care about damage only or the kit? It's like, I'm gonna tell you I like Percival's fluidity, but just depends. I think it's probably Percival in my eyes, but a blue womanizer with parental issues. Who? Atalanta wants to protect you. Oh, to protect the book. I got you. Oh, Saber lot. First of all, it's one of the best 8-packs. Can you really have an 8-pack, chat? Or is it only a 6-pack? Because I feel like it's only a 6-pack. Saber lot is purple? Yeah. Take my coming GSSR luck. Thank you. Appreciate it. The mana summon tickets. Wait, what do you mean the mana summon tickets? You mean like the 4 tickets that I have? I could roll them. I don't like to roll them unless I get like 10 so that I get the extra spin. I used to YOLO tickets back in the day, but once we got the 11 spin, I stopped. Thank you, Noli. I appreciate it. Do we roll for Draco when she comes to an A? Based off how this is working right now, if you want her, yeah. You're gonna wait a long time before you get another crack at her. Like, I'm gonna tell you, when those GSSRs come to NA, they're not gonna put Draco on them specifically for NA. So, I will tell you flat out, there will be another Draco banner at some point, but like, I don't know what they're doing with that. Oh my god, it's the actual rate up 5-star. JP would flip if they did. By that time, JP would probably have another banner. Do you think they regret making Draco? No, I think they just want Draco to be strong. And like, limited. It be that FOMO. Might be another Oberon situation. It might be, but I don't think Draco herself is that powerful. She don't get me wrong. I said she was broken at the time, and she is. But like, she's broken in the sense of just her sheer usability. And yes, you may be right, that may be what they're going for, but I think it's just that they know that she's desired and they're holding on to it. And this is why, like, when I said back then that she was broken, and I had people disagree with me and say like, no, Cad, she's not. And I'm just like, the thing I'm going to point to is clearly the community thinks that, because this is why we see such clamoring over the fact that she's not available on the GSSRs and hasn't had another banner. People want to roll another Draco. So I think that's really what it is. Draco has taken God Judas' place? I don't know about that, but you can't have FOMO if they don't miss. Advantage against mains classes is amazing. Yeah, I think it's you have advantage against 7 classes. You don't have anyone really that has advantage against you too much. So it's like it's just so much upside, I feel like. So I think it's just that's why Draco has always just been really strong design-wise for me. I think Draco has a very like loopable, challenge-oriented kit. So it just makes Draco an excellent boss killer where you just sit there and shred through them. You guys saw, right? Like I had no business probably getting as far in that CQ with that comp as I did, and it still like I popped my triple command seals and it worked. So I have not seen the anime clip. She's a ruler, except against like 80% of the game. I wouldn't even say that. She's more like a berserker without the downside. All right, gold orbs. It's a safer. Ah, there we go. Okay, so that last copy was a little nasty, but not too bad, right? This is still NP5 in a really respectable amount of courts. And like I said, the first 3 copies came in like bam, bam, bam. And that just kind of made it easier, so. But that is NP5 of Yamato Takeru. And we can get while the getting's good. And that should be enough for a GSSR. So, let's see here. Who do I want? Well, I want Draco. I ain't rolling this, and I talked about this, like, if you want Ptolemy, there's the arts variant that he's on. That's the one I'd go with. I wouldn't go with that one. Yeah, see, this one to me has much better odds of landing you a good unit that you probably want. Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion about Muramasa here now. Oh. I could get MP2 Morgan finally. Yeah, my Morgan on JP is level 100 MP1. I've tried rolling for her on 3 different GSSRs and not gotten her. Oh, look, Draco? Yeah, I don't know about that. That's still a pretty darn good banner. Had time to right a wrong append. I don't have a crane on JP. That's a solid banner too. Chop, they give the 62. That is too many months. How's it going, bud? That's also a solid one. Guaranteed 2 new units or an additional NP level in units that I do try to use. So, not a bad quick one. I think the problem with that, because like, don't get me wrong, I do want that Okitan fix, but like the problem with that, chat, is there's way too much of a crapshoot there for things that I want. I could get MP2 Bizat. That is 3 Saber faces. That has 60% odds of Saber face. 60%, chat. You'll get melt. I don't have melt on my JP. The worst solution would be I'd get NP3 Shisho, and that would make Shisho even stronger. I do already have Okita on my JP account. I do have an NP1 MHXA, I believe, on my JP. So, like, that's kind of the issue with this one is I'd be gaining NP2s for most of the units. Only MHX and Melt do I not have. Oh, what do I want? The only one I don't have here is Tiamat. Just double check here real quick, chat. Yeah, it's only in P2. That's what I wanted to make sure of. Oops. Cuckoo becomes NP2. Tiamat I acquire. The other two become NP3. I think it's between that one. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like the odds of the Morgan one here. I don't have Durga, and I don't have a Buki. But I do have Mel, and I do have Johanna. It's actually not bad. I have a shot at Jarcher. Makes a Da Vinci stronger for me. Makes my Murasaki stronger. And makes my Musashi stronger. I could get potentially in P2 Proto Merlin. I could get my first Van Gogh or Crane on JP. This one has some sneaky appeal to me. Because like I said, Crane's like one of those only like support units I don't have. Crane's also like, she's a good unit, but you don't have to have her as well. This one is scary good. The issue I have is I have NP5 Zerctoria. I have NP5 Squirtoria. I don't have Doman. I could get NP2 Okitan and right the wrong that has plagued me. I don't have Karen. I would be getting like NP2 Say and NP2 Jack de Molay here. And I think that's kind of where I'm like, I don't know about this. Also, I'm really not sure I'd be using Karen too often. Let me go check real quick, chat. I know this is taking a hot second. I have to deliberate. I have to. I'm sorry. Not that. I think my Okita's only MP1 on JP. Gonna get one copy of Zenobia? Dude, that's wild. What? Omar, they give the follow. And then... should just be NP1 here. It is. And I don't have... don't have MHX. Oh. MHX and Melt will refund the Saint Courts back in rank ups. I don't know about that, but at least part of it, right? Scotland. Aye. Let me stare at this for a second, chat. All right, chat, poll time. All right, go. Ugh. Is this a poll to choose or a poll to guess what you'll choose? That's a good question. That's a very good question. We got someone in here asking the questions, chat. B for Bulkery. Thank you for the follow. All right, chat has gone with a stunning 75% to choose Ace, Cuckoo, Arc, or Tiamat. Why do you think I would choose Mork? I'm actually having a hard debate because it's like, do I roll for more Saber faces, right, and get more towards the ever growing amount of Saber faces I have on JP at this point, or do I actually like basically try to make my account better and go like hard into this? I don't know. It's a tough choice because like, and I'm not saying that the Saber faces don't make my account better so much as like chat, this is a meta as fuck banner. I talked about this on Friday that like everybody here is good. Everybody here has come out in the last like year and a half. Of these, Arcuid is the oldest unit, and Arcuid's still pretty busted herself. So it's like I cannot fathom that they put all of this into one banner. You would have rolled Okita last month. A lot of the times on JP, it just boils down to like timing for a banner as to whether or not I wish to roll, right? Like, I don't like having to spend a lot of money on JP. I regret that this banner in particular took a lot out of me because I prefer not to spend a lot. But I knew I had a lot of courts, and we got very lucky early on, so I just kind of went with it. But one of the hardest times I've ever had actually picking a GSSR. And it's because like I'm of two minds on this. One is yeah, that like basically 60% odds of a Saber face is really solid. I'm gonna say this, chat. I think the one thing holding me up in my mind is this. And I love Shisho. I have NP5 Shisho on an A. I already have an NP2 on my JP. Like, my Shisho is not bad on JP. So getting NP3 doesn't feel like it's going to do a lot for me. Compared to either getting a new unit, a new Saber face, or, again, like, additional MP levels of existing Saber faces. But this is, like, compared with this, we're like, I know everything I get here, everything's good. I will not be disappointed with anything. Like, and that's kind of wild. Minimize the downside. Yeah, I'll say this, chat. There's still a Saber face here. It's still here. So I think we're going with it. Did chat pick right for once? Chat picked right for once. Two Saber faces, cat. I know y'all will declare argument one. The die is cast. Yes, Alia Iactes. Isn't Erica Saberface? She does not have the trait. Cuckoo coming through. Black Grail time? What's that? That doesn't exist on JP. Ark is not a Saberface? Don't tell the Tsukihime fans that Ark is a Saberface. I feel like Ark's a Saberface now. Oh, that's a CE. Is there a Destiny order for this too? No. Not for this. Still trying to decide what GSSR for NA to choose. Oh, NA is always a crapshoot. NA is like, pick the one that gives the least rare, or sorry, USOs. Uku. God damn that ass. There we go. Perhaps a double? Probably not. I haven't had a double GSSR in a hot minute. So I basically don't expect them anymore. Tetsuan no Cuckoo? Yes. I'm A-okay with NP2 Cuckoo. Like, I know I don't seem like crazy about that, but this was just like, this one basically made me like think about this way too much. And so I had already like come to grips with the outcome of every possibility. If that makes any sense. Double on a GSSR is like 1 in 1,000, right? No, it happens. I've had like 2 or 3 double GSSRs over the year across both accounts. My first GSSR was a double Arjuna Ultra and MHXA. Nice. Yeah, I mean, like, it's still luck-based. You can never have it happen, I guess, but it does. That is a lot of Kyo. What the fuck? Kyo is like, listen, master. Do not look at her. Only look at me. She is temporary. I am eternal. He is the only one on rate up in that banner. I see. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we probably had like 3 stars and stuff that we could have picked from. I didn't notice if that was the case. But Prince Garrett, thank you for the follow. That is JP's GSSR, and now should just be the Takiru banner. Yes. Okay. Oh God. Now my summons are so much less. That feels good. There's nothing else to do there. Okay, let me go combine the NP levels real quick. Let's see the actual haul here. So we got NP2 of Tamamo. I still can't believe this. My JP now has a better Tamamo than my NA. That's kind of wild to me. She is the green-haired girl. Don't you dare look to the other one. Oh, you right. Wow. I don't know why that put me all the way down there. Cuckoo goes to NP2. Again, fantastic. 10 out of 10. Love that ass. From Takiru rolling to GSSR rolling, Talkiru, yes. Okay, so we got that. And then, oh my god, yeah, so I apparently already had NP2, so that is NP5 Atalanta. What the hell? I don't know how that happened. Chat, I didn't even have Atalanta at the beginning of this year on JP. That's kind of nutty. NP3 of Kin Leong Yu. Okay. That's going to be NP5 JK and a rare prism coming out of her, so that extra one really shouldn't have shown up. Cersei now goes to NP4. Yeah, it should have been a Cersei instead of a JK Fox. Don't forget about the nursery crime. Oh, we'll see. This is just me going to the top and combining everything. That's NP2 of Cass Gill. Cleanup's always a bitch. Yeah. Well, the good news is we have Lotto boxes still to roll out, so I've got a ton of things to use. Yep, NP3 of the crime. Every GSSR video I watch, Kyo is always the most pulled. There were a couple, like, especially back when we were rolling, like, the extra class ones and stuff, where, like, you got, like, I think I had one where I had 6 Antonio Salieri's come up. Because, like, he was the only thing that could appear. Okay, then NP3 of Emiya. Blame Torak for calling her the lesser. It's fine. Yeah, that is NP2 of Tlaloc. That's actually probably good for my Tlaloc, because NP1 does not hit hard. Not even close. So, I am okay with that. Oh, that is going to finish him off. Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. That's a lot of coins right there. That's going to be headed towards some appends. That gets her to NP5. So, that's actually excellent. That means I can now burn any additional copies I receive of them, so I don't have to worry about, like, trying to lock every copy I get. I don't know which one of these is the first one, but... I don't know why it didn't hold down there. There we go. And NP5 of Yamato Takeru. Our newest Saber face. Regardless of what they say. And let's see, is there anything else? We got Valks, but they appear to be on their own, which means I probably already had NP5 Valks. Oh, we did get an Estrella, but I know I had NP5 of her on JP. Estrella was the very first spook, so let's go check the Valks real quick. Yep. Right there, NP5. So, we are good. Let's actually go burn. Not that. Whee! So yes, based off that, it should just be those 3 rare prisms. And it was... Raguchi. Actually, this is another good question. Do I have... Oh, I better not open these. I better not open these till I look at Takeru's stuff. So let me end the recording and thank you to everybody that watched. And we're going to go basically take a look at Yamato Takeru now. Okay. Uh-oh. Maybe not, chat. Actually, hold on. I may just be able to make a blue apple here. Yes, there we go. Okay. As long as I can keep the AP ticking. Those are long rolls in the end. Oh no, you're good. I'm gonna get set up to actually, like, do her. Does fandom actually have it up? Looks like it. Everything here. Okay. Let's see. How bad are the materials? 72 of that. That's kind of nasty. A lot of fangs there. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Still gonna roll my GSSR. No, that's all good. Let's see. And actually, the thing I had confusion about when I was looking at this on Atlas earlier was the effect here. So it grants self gut status 1 time 3 turns, charge zone and P gauge, grant self on death activate buff for 3 turns, charge zone and P gauge by 25% when allies defeated. So chat, I assume this includes everyone, including Yamato. Someone correct me, because I have not actually looked into this part yet. Fandom is correct there? Okay, that's what I thought. So, it's basically everybody on the front line, if they get defeated after they have popped this skill, everybody on the front line, if they get defeated, gives Yamato 25% charge. This is actually kind of interesting, because it also, in a weird way, means that you could, like, chin gong someone else, and that would then give 25% charge. Yeah, gong fuels this, which is kind of wild. Yep, Habitrot. Oh my god. Yeah, like I said, sorry chat. I literally like almost couldn't talk there. Okay, so that was the only part that I had confusion about. Otherwise, I think I'm pretty good to go on that. Let me study my notes here real quick. Da, da, da. Oh, that's not bad. So that'd be like... You need to kill with what, like roughly half? A little bit more? Yeah, 49%. Well, no, because it includes that, so... So it'd only be 45? Wait, no, hold on. I did math wrong there. Or did I? Yeah, it'd be 45. You only have to be 45%. Basically. Which means you have, what, 55% of the damage to clear? So that's not bad. That's actually pretty good. There's actually quite a bit of good scalability here in the overkill hits. And I know why that is. Avalon, can I ask you for one number? Oh, okay, never mind. I think you already did it looking at that. Yeah. NP is the same as Summer Abbey's. Kind of. I'll explain. Okay. So it's looking like boom, 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 boom. Okay. Obviously, we're gonna pull this one out. Gonna get rid of you. She's not a Saber face, it's just the exact same face. Yeah, she's totally not a Saber face, it's just the exact same face. It was just called a Saber face by the devs of the game. It was just assigned a Saber face by the artists, saying that they were happy to be selected to draw the next Saber face. And it's not a Saber face, it just walks, talks, and acts like a Saber face, including having a huge fetish for eating. But it's not a Saber face. Yeah, no, it's mid-January. I'd expect somewhere around like the 15th, right? Hold on, I'm thinking here, shit. Okay, so do I want to actually do Knowing the Way broadly? Eating is a fetish now for the Saber faces. It is 100%. The way to a Saber face's heart is through their stomach. Chad, have we had a welfare invuln pure CE on JP in a while? I was gonna say, oh, was it not added? Get off that page before chat has a conniption. Yeah, I do. But Avalon, can you... I would have liked to have seen the differences in the damage there. Wait, and then you've got... Damage for what? The side damage. The non 50%. At least for like one example of it. But I mean, I can speak to it still. But did they make the 3-turn art skill also give 1-turn NP damage? No. I mean, chat. You don't want to like make things too busted. I totally understand why they do stuff like this. It is what it is. Okay. Yep. Let me calculate one thing here real quick, chat. Actually, no, I'll do it the other way around. No, I didn't need to do it that way, but still. Yeah, so you should be okay. That's kind of hilarious if that's the case, because I can make that statement. So what I was calculating right there is I got to see some of the numbers between here's the main enemy and here's the side enemies chat. If that's true, I saw the peak and the valley. It's never more than 30% different, which I know y'all are sitting there looking at 50% right here, but please keep in mind there's a lot of interlocking and like interconnecting parts here. Basically, there's a lot of scalability in all of this. So, the whole point being, yeah, it's like, I'm sure you're going to get people trying to like slander this unit, being like, oh, hey, the damage isn't good on the side enemies. It's still good, chat. It's still good. But okay, we're going to talk about this now. Let me actually get in. Green refund calcs and damage, yeah. Okay, I'll try not starting out. Oh, you know, it might help if I switch scenes. Aha! No one in chat was yelling at me. No one in chat was yelling at me. Here we go. Gary, thank you for the follow. Hey guys, my name's Khadroth, and today I'm going to be talking to you about Samurai Remnant Saber, aka Waxing Moon Saber, aka just a little bit of an aside here. JP basically already went out and talked about the name, so that's why I'm not going to treat this one with kid gloves and basically say JP has spoiled everybody, so I don't have to worry about this. This is the unfortunate nature of this one, is that again, this was something that was meant to be kept secret from Samurai Remnant, but I guess the JP devs just went ahead and told everybody the name, so it is Yamato Takeru. So we're going to be referring to Yamato as such, and again, there's no way around this for me. So my apologies in advance about this. I'm someone that doesn't normally like to spoil people, but it is what it is, thanks to JP. So, regardless, there's a lot we can say about this unit. I'm sure you've probably heard a lot of the hullabaloo about him, her, you name it, basically coming out on JP for this New Year's. Now, Takeru is a very interesting unit. Obviously going to be limited, not going to be able to get your hands on them outside of this initial banner, and probably not again until like next New Year's, but maybe, you know, sometimes they bring the New Year's units back like about like 8 months later or something in a like campaign banner or something like that. So you just have to wait and see. It just depends on how limited they want the unit to be. But there's been a lot of comparisons already between Takeru's performance as an AoE art saber and how that stacks up against the likes of, say, Void Shiki, Muramasa, and again, a lot of like sort of saber rattling, if you will, about that. I myself have a different issue. I'll talk about that as we get through it. But again, this is going to be focused mostly on the analysis of Takeru's performance, especially in comparison to the contemporaries that, you know, I call her she has in the rest of the class. So Takeru, again, comes at us at an interesting time where we've had Muramasa already be out. We've had Void Shiki get buffs. I've seen a lot, like I said, of discussion on Muramasa in particular in that regard, saying like, oh, you know, we feel like Muramasa is still the better unit, and sort of like a lot of like, you know, people getting threatened by the existence of this unit. Don't worry about that. Both units are still good is the big thing. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a case for Takeru here in this video, but understand I have talked a lot about Muramasa over the years. Muramasa is still a very strong unit, and a unit that I felt like the devs gave too much to when he first came out. So don't feel bad if you feel like, you know, maybe you've got Muramasa and you don't want to roll for Takeru. That's perfectly fine. Now, that being said, I also saw some people that were not too enthusiastic because this is Samurai Remnant, and there was some weird, you know, sort of discussion about, like, would we have a collab, and sort of the devs of that game saying, like, no, there was none at least planned at the moment. Maybe they meant, like, on their end of things. We don't really know. I got to go back and look at the actual language that was used there. The whole point is, I think a lot of people didn't expect Takeru to be the New Year's unit. Don't worry about that. Again, it's you know, we've had very like hit or miss units for New Year's all the time. I for one love this choice, but there's gonna be plenty of people that don't, and that's always kind of been the case with our New Year's units. They're not quite the same as our anniversary units, which are almost always a like big hit with people. So again, just keep that in mind. This has sort of always been the case. It is another Japanese Saber, so you got a Japanese unit and a Saber at that, so kind of continuing those New Year's sort of trends. But again, let's talk about the actual performance of Takeru. So again, you've got a 5-star AoE arts unit, limited. And starting off with the attack right here, we could certainly say that this is solid attack at 12.5. That's really high up there. This is rivaling the highest amongst all Sabers. So it's a good amount. And the one thing I'm going to say is don't judge a book by its cover. One stat does not make or break a unit, but you can always be sure that a high attack stat will probably mean that the unit cards well, especially when their skills aren't in play. So like, you know, let's say you either don't have them available because they're on cooldown or you're choosing to delay using them. It just means your card performance should at least be good in the damage side of things because you have such high passive attack, as you always will. And then for HP value, we've got about 13.5 here. This is not crazy good. This is not bad, though. It's just on a little bit on the lesser side, especially for a 5-star. But this is going to be, again, sort of the trade-off to having a good amount of attack. So some concern there, but I'm going to say as an arts unit, arts is sort of the easiest card type to protect, so I don't have a lot of concern about overall survivability. Sky attribute is going to be the name of the game here, and star absorption of 102. This is pretty much right on the money for our Sabers. They're very much in the middle of the road. A little bit high, but, you know, nothing too much to write home about. Star generation rate of 10%, also right on the money. And NP charge attack rate of 0.3. Now, this is probably a lot of people's big warning sign on Takeru is like, whoa, that's a really low NP gain rate. It is. And it doesn't matter. With some units, this would really matter. And this is why I say, again, a lot of the proof is going to be in the pudding. You can't judge the book by its cover. You can't just look at one stat and assume that's the whole picture. It's not in this case. 0.3 is low, but it's being kept low for a reason. MP charge defense here at 0.3 is, again, just pretty much par for the course there. Death rate here at 20.1%. This is a little bit under average, but not enough to be like, wow, hey, that's really low death rate. Alignment here at neutral good. Neutral is at least a decent alignment in the sense that it's like very difficult for anyone to be able to exploit against you, but it's also hard for you to be able to take advantage of because there's not a lot of stuff that buffs neutral. So it is what it is, but again, gender is unknown. This is a big theme coming from Samurai Remnant. Don't let anyone tell you that this Saber is male. Don't let anyone tell you that the Saber is female. It's meant to be unknown coming off the back of the story. It is never revealed in the story, despite what people claim. So if that's a spoiler for you, I'm sorry, but it's also not really. It's basically telling you that people will throw what this unit is at you, and they'll throw various lines of text. Just understand, for every line of text that they throw that says it's one thing, there is an equal and opposite line of text in that same game that refutes it. There are basically, it's meant to be wishy-washy on purpose. And they've even said that. So, basic traits here, we're looking at divinity. So you've got a divine saber. These are somewhat rare. Feminine looking, hominid servant, humanoid, loved one, riding, normal servant, 7 knight servant, and weak to anima elish. The big one that you may be missing is saber face. I think a lot of people were thinking that Takeru is a saber face. This is understandable given the devs of Samurai Remnant's comments stating it as such, given the artists saying they were happy to have been selected to draw the next saber face. So this comes as a little bit of a rug pull on behalf of the devs of FGO. I disagree with it. You know, I've seen other units before, like Nagao Kagatora, where there's some theories of her coming over from Koha Ace being a saber face. That one basically had never been officially stated. This one has been officially stated. So I'm just going to go ahead and say I personally disagree with this. This is a saber face in my book. It walks, talks, and acts like a saber. It has the same mannerisms as Saber does. I don't understand why it doesn't have the saber face trait. I've heard, you know, numerous attempted explanations for being like, oh, well, it's gender unknown and stuff like that. But we even have Arthur having the Arthur trait. So I don't really think this really matters, and I'm gonna say at the end of the day, I'm somewhat disappointed in the devs that they didn't give the Saberface trait to Takeru, because it's blatantly obvious that it is a Saberface. So I guess maybe this is just pushback on their end. Someone behind the scenes on Type Moon is maybe feeling the heat from, oh, there's too many Saberfaces in the game. I don't care. It's just disappointing to me as someone that's a fan of the Saberfaces. With regards to the deck here, the deck is double Buster, double Arts. I maybe would have liked to see triple Arts because, hey, Arts units, triple Arts, it's a great thing to have. But double Buster means you're at least going to hit really hard. So I'm not worried about that. At the end of the day, you know, we don't really see a lot of triple Arts units anymore on JP, I think, because they realize how strong that particular deck is. And they are trying not to give it out too often. Still, you got plenty of options out there that can give it, including Castoria herself, who you'll probably be using to support. So, again, not too concerning. You will have plenty of arts cards to go around. With regards to the hit counts, all the hit counts are average or better, with basically the extra attack and the buster being average, and then the arts and the quick card both having above average at 4 hits. Having 2 4-hit arts cards is certainly a big reason to have only a 0.3 NP charge attack rate. You don't want this going even crazier than it already is. So, let's take a look at the active skills. Right here at the beginning, you've got grant self-gut status for 1 time 3 turns. Always nice to see a hard survivability skill, especially since we don't have a lot of health on this unit, so this is definitely going to help out with that health situation. And then the ability to charge own gauge by 30%. Again, having the charge skill detached from the steroid skill, always a nice thing as well, so I like seeing this. It is a 30% charge. That right there tells you could pretty much brute force any sort of looping you wanted if the refund numbers were low, if that was your concern. But we'll talk about refund numbers as we get to the NP. Still, 30% charge is definitely nice. But you've also got this additional effect, and Fandom gets it right here, that it grants self on death activate buff for 3 turns. What this is going to do is it's going to charge own NP gauge by 25% whenever any of the allies are defeated. So, for anyone else in the front line with Yamato Takeru, including Yamato Takeru, if they are defeated, you get 25% charge. So really, really nice there. That's just going to help out. This means this has some interesting applications, including sacrificial strats where maybe you take someone like a Rash, Khadroth, or even someone that, like, you know, is the target of Chen Gong, and use them to generate charge for Takeru. So you can plan around this and use it, and it's really cool. The interesting part about this is it doesn't have to be, in the Chen Gong case, Takeru getting targeted. You could have Chen Gong himself and get himself out of there, and that would charge Takeru. So really interesting how that works. It doesn't have to be done on Takeru like you maybe would do in certain other cases, like with a 1 HP memer that you're trying to target with Chen Gong. In this case, you get the benefit regardless of who goes down. So really, really nice. Again, the HP value here is 3,000, so it's not a 1 HP guts or anything like that. And the cooldown on this is 6 turns, which is pretty surprising for a 3-turn duration guts. You actually have a fairly low cooldown. Definitely a current year FGO servant as of the making of this video compared to some of our older units. Second skill here is, again, going to be Slaughter of Gods and Demons. It increases own damage against divine and demonic enemies for 3 turns each a separate power mod, so you can get one or the other or both at the same time. So again, they're each a 50% power mod, which you could get up to 100% if there is something that is divine and demonic. And I know what you're thinking, those are 2 separate opposite things, right? They would never double up. No, there's plenty of things that do double up in the game. Divine is far more rare than demonic, but there is a ton of demonic stuff out there, and there is a cross-section of things that are both divine and demonic. So, again, this is a really, really nice sort of offensive boost to have. It's just going to help out Takeru against any number of creatures, particularly in farming applications. Demonic is a really good one. It's also going to increase own critical damage for 3 turns by 30% here, all on a 6-turn cooldown. So again, keeping it low and still having a decent amount of crit being added for some additional carding power with that really good attack stat that we talked about. Third skill here is Mana Burst Water. This is going to be Takeru's own unique version of Mana Burst, almost as if it's styled after Saber, but I digress. Increase own arts performance for 3 turns of 30%. That right there is going to be nice. It's not just damage increase. This is also refund increase. So again, yet another reason to have sort of a lower NP gain rate here. And then the ability to increase own NP damage, but only for 1 turn. Keep in mind, that's a little bit of an issue. This means turn 1 of a 3-turn loop, you've got it. You can just go ahead and pop this and you're going to get a ton of damage. The issue is some people might want this later on for turn 3 for actual damage output, especially if you're working with a low NP level. You may want to actually skew this in your favor and pop it on turn 3 as opposed to turn 1. Keep in mind what you're sacrificing. You're going to lose out on that 30% arts up for earlier waves. You're going to not have that 20% charge here that's also present on this skill. There's a big reason to basically end up luring all of Takeru's skills, particularly due to the fact that you've got charge on 2 of them and then really solid power mods. If you're not going to lure one of them, I recommend it be this middle skill, because keeping it at rank 9 is still going to get you a lot of damage, but honestly, luring all of them will get you quite a bit of performance capability, so I do recommend it. And again, having only the 1 turn of NP damage up is a thing, but it's not the end of the world. It just depends on how you use it. Just keep that in mind, that this may impact your turn 3 numbers. If you pop this on turn 1, you're not going to end up having as much power then as a result. So again, pay that heed. Also, again, on a 6-turn cooldown, so everything is kept low. Passive skills here, you get Magic Resistance A for debuff resistance of an additional 20%. Writing A, as the case with a lot of Sabers, so an additional quick performance to help out that 4-hit quick card. And then Divinity D for some flat damage added. The append that I recommend going with first and foremost is going to be Mana Loading. The reason why is just because, again, this may help you in terms of certain strategies. Takeru's refund is actually really good. We haven't talked about it in full yet, but the thing you guys should understand is that having extra charge at the beginning of battle may allow you to delay skill activations till later. It may allow you to do more with less or start with a better CE. It's just one of those things where, in Takeru's case, because the refund is so good, this may allow you to work with less than 3 set waves. So instead of it just being, 3 enemies, you might be able to go up against 2 enemy waves or even 1 enemy waves if you have the mana loading. If you don't have this, doing stuff like that's going to be a little bit harder. So I recommend trying to get it unlocked, even if you only have NP1. Get the unit to bond 6, unlock it, and at least have it. Obviously, the first skill here being the extra attack finesse could certainly be nice, especially if you're taking Takeru into more of a challenge environment. Just up to you to determine how important this is for you. And then the third one here being anti-Saber attack damage aptitude is nice, but it's going to boil down to really, is there some synergy here between Divine and Demonic on Sabers? And I'm going to tell you there's not too many Divine Sabers and there's not too many Demonic Sabers, but there are some, so it's up to you to determine how you want to, how much you value this as well. I'm going to tell you first and foremost, go with the mana loading. These first and third append from there are less important, and it just depends on how many coins you have. For the Noble Phantasm, again, you've got an AoE Arts Noble Phantasm. The thing is, and this is going to make a lot more sense now as to why the NP gain rate was set low, it is an 8-hit Noble Phantasm. But it's AoE 8 hits, so that's 8 hits to every single enemy that you end up hitting. That's why that's so strong. That's why this NP gain is kept so low. This is, again, why I haven't been concerned in the slightest bit about the overall NP gain of Takeru, knowing this going into the analysis. So, the first effect here, and this one, please pay attention, because it does matter. This one has a 500% chance to reduce one enemy's arts resistance by 50% for 1 turn activating first. It's an AoE NP, but it only reduces one enemy's arts resistance. So keep that in mind. It's gonna matter who you're targeting when you fire off the NP as to who gets this arts resist down. Why would that matter? Because that's more damage and more refund. So depending on your scenario, if you know you have enough damage to kill, you can go ahead and set this on a low health enemy to maybe squeeze out more refund. If you know you don't have enough damage, you need to absolutely put this on the high health enemy to get more. So that's why it's going to matter who you're targeting, because that 50% is going to be quite a bit more power. And I've seen already some confusion and some concern over, hey, this is like Summer Abbey. This means there's like a splash damage mechanic where the unit does a lot of damage to a single enemy, but not so much to the side enemies. So that you guys are aware, we've already looked at the numbers on this. It's going to result in no more than like 30% damage loss on the side enemies. That sounds like a lot. Please keep in mind, you're going to have a lot of damage if you're supporting Takeru properly with Castorias, using Black Grail, stuff like that. So the side enemies are probably not going to be your concern anyways. And at the end of the day, it's still going to be a lot of damage. And even though this says it's a 50% arts up, it's not going to translate into more than a 30% damage difference if you've got all those buffs like Castoria and stuff rolling on the main target, being Takeru there. So again, like I said, this should be plenty of damage for obviously your main target and side targets alike. It's only going to be if you have multiple high target enemies in the same wave that you maybe might find yourself lacking. But please understand, this will still do very solid and good damage. And it's no different than a unit that maybe has like a defense down that they can put on one unit or something like that. So it's not that big of a concern. But it is what it is, and it is there. There may be some concern over the fact that it is a debuff, but please understand it is a 500% chance to apply. So it will absolutely apply unless the target is immune to it for some reason. So it cannot be resisted at 500%. That's way too high of a capability. It would simply have to have some sort of immunity for it not to land, which is no different than, say, an Arjuna Altar type situation or something like that. So again, a lot of nice power and refund potential here from that. From there, it's going to then deal damage to all enemies. And again, like we said, probably the 50% more to that one enemy that you target. The overcharge effect here is going to then reduce all enemies' defense for 3 turns. Not the best overcharge effect, but this does mean that if you're going up against the same set of enemies over and over again, this is going to be a stacking defense down for multiple turns of 20%. So really solid there. If you get overcharged, this will scale up even more and get you potentially some higher capability. So certainly a lot of power behind Takeru's NP, especially if you're going up against the same enemies over and over and over again. And that's where I think you're going to see a lot of discussion between Takeru and someone like Muramasa, because Muramasa is a very good challenge unit himself. What Muramasa has that Takeru doesn't is invuln pierce and defense pierce. Takeru doesn't have either of those two things, so you're going to see as we talk about potential applications of craft essences, what I recommend filling in. So right now, I'm going to say start out with Black Grail. That's going to be your good one, especially against 3 enemy waves. That should be easy for Takeru with proper supports to be able to loop against. You may need a 3rd support at times. It just is going to depend on what you're facing, but obviously you're going to be trying to target Lancers, right? So you should be effective there and getting a lot of refund. Something like Ocean Flyer, certainly possible if you run into one of those scenarios. This is going to get you a little bit more oomph, but with the a little bit less oomph than Black Grail, but a little bit more starting charge. So if you find yourself in one of those issues where it's like, hey, maybe I just don't have enough charge or enough refund, or maybe I just don't have really the capability of getting through this node because it's a weird node where it's like a 2-1 beginning or something like that. Having a little bit of starting charge can help you out. Ocean Flyer is an old welfare C, so a lot of you should have it. Sweet Crystal is also going to be an interesting one because, hey, maybe you need a welfare invuln pierce CE. This is a good CE. The problem with it is costly. You can buy it in the rare prism shop, but it is 5 rare prisms per copy, and only at MLB will it be 50% starting charge with Ignore Invincibility? It is all attack scaling, but this means that it's going to cost you 25 rare prisms to get this to MLB. So I don't recommend this for people that are newer to the game or lack the rare prisms to go after it. But again, it is there as an option, and that way you can help address maybe that lack of invuln pierce if you find that to be an issue compared to someone like Muramasa, or especially if you maybe don't have a Muramasa. There you go. This would allow you to kind of have that as an option. There are numerous other invuln pierce CEs that you guys can get, including stuff that's permanently available, like, say, Origin Bullet and such. But again, going over some of the best ones that we've had over the years, knowing the way Broadly is a anniversary CE, you guys could do this. Or again, something like even older, like Royal Icing's got that invuln pierce on it and really nice for you. And again, you could end up doing something like Winds of Spring. This is a much newer one as well. I believe this was from the Valentine's event from JP's prior year at this point as of the making of this video. And this will give you Ignore Invincibility, Art's Performance of 5%, NP damage of 20%. So that's going to help scale with Oberon there some. Valentine's Witches, also going to be all attack scaling. This one's from the Valentine's event coming up on NA this year. And this one's going to have Ignore Invincibility, NP damage of 25%, and NP generation of 10%. So quite a bit of good capability on that one as well. And obviously the gold standard is Honey Lake. If you guys still manage to have this, there's a lot of firepower in Honey Lake. It's Ignore Invincibility, it's all attack scaling, and it gives 40% extra damage to enemy with the burn status, which you can get from putting command codes onto your card. So the biggest issue is not this thing's capability, it's can you actually have this CE, and do you have it in decent quantities? But again, you can always pre-card an NP to get the burn status on or something like that, so it just depends. But this would be an easy way to get it. Holy Night Supper is also just a gold standard type of CE from back in the day. This is permanently available now in JP if you don't have access to something like Ocean Flyer. But again, my recommendation is going to be go with Black Grail because it's just got so much damage capability for you. If you don't have something like Black Grail, there's always stuff like Heaven's Feel, Rising Mud Rain, or any of the other Cs that have come out more recently that can boost. But again, Black Grail is sort of going to be the one to strive for, as it just gives a ton of NP damage whenever it's equipped. With regards to damage output, you guys are going to see quite a bit here, and we need to talk about this at least in relation to the refund, as that's going to somewhat matter. But just giving you kind of the raw numbers here. Here's your AoE sabers. Please keep in mind these are neutral numbers, and this does include the calculation of Takeru's 50% arts debuff on one unit. So this isn't going to display the numbers for side units, but we're not really going to talk too much about that because, like I said, it's only going to be about 30% less than any of the numbers I do tell you here. So regardless, to say the least, obviously you can see how she stacks up, at least raw wise, against Shiki, and again against a unit like Muramasa that is much further down the list but has a lot more capability. Certainly there's some concerns then, but Takeru just comes out of the gate doing a lot of good things. So with regards to Takeru's refund numbers, if you're up against a, like, let's say 3 enemy wave here, okay, you're going to be 3 Lancers with double Castoria. Takeru is going to, with all the buffs active, basically end up refunding in even 1 hit of overkill for each enemy. So 1 out of 8, okay, basically 3 out of 24 against the 3 enemy wave. At 1 hit of overkill, you're looking at 90.57% refund. So you're already almost full looping just with double Castoria right there from that. And that's obviously not including, you know, potential charge applications and stuff like that you may be able to employ. So again, you can get a lot done. You can maybe delay some of like Castoria's attack up and stuff until later. So you'd have ways of getting it. And that's just 1 hit of overkill. If you can get to 8 hits of overkill out of 24, so again, that's not even a full 3 hits per enemy. If you can get to that amount, you're at 100% refund. So that is basically killing with the last final 3 hits, getting overkill on that. That is killing with about 55% of the damage. And remember, that can be done either by, you know, stacking the arts on the high health enemy or even one of the lower health enemies if you think you still have enough damage to clear. So it's just up to you to kind of test it and see. But you may be able to find certain tricks to be able to squeeze out even more. Against something like, say, no third skill used, you'd be looking at instead about 80% refund with double Castoria against 3 Lancers. And again, probably hitting 100% refund there would be a lot more difficult because you'd be looking at 16 out of 24 overkill hits. So again, for reference there, chat, that's basically going to end up being quite a bit more. You're looking at over half of the hits, and that gets a lot harder as you start getting into much lower percentages that you need to have killed with. So it's why I don't think that's necessarily as feasible to get a 100% refund off. Going up against, say, even 2 Lancers, though, at 1 hit of overkill, you'd be looking at 62% refund still. So quite a bit of good scalability. And at even 1 Lancer, at 1 hit of overkill, you guys are still looking at 30% refund. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much refund to expect from Takeru. You're going to have really good options, and you are going to be able to potentially loop against at least 2 enemy waves. And if you can play your cards right, have your setup right, even 1 enemy waves. So as long as it's not a full node of 1 enemies, you guys should be good. So that should allow you to go easily over a single wave that's 1 enemy. But there may even be scenarios if you could manage to card that you would be able to go over a 1-1 wave. So interesting enough to say the least. And like we already talked about, 30% is going to probably be the most fall off you have on any of the side enemies just due to all the buffs flying around. As for how Takeru is going to stack up against some of the contemporaries, let's talk damage numbers now. Especially not compared to the actual MP damage list that we showed off, but actual calculations of damage. So, with Takeru, 2 times Castoria, level 100 Black Grail, and a level 10 Arctic, you can do it basically 83k on wave 1, 83k on wave 2, and 150k on wave 3. So there's definitely a lot of damage potential there, and that's just an NP1 Takeru, and that's just the 2 Castorias out in support. For basically a Neo Plug suit with something like Oberon, you're looking at that point at 143k. Oh, sorry, these are the sides. I'm getting this wrong. So earlier, the numbers I told you before are 103k, 103k, and 182k for the main enemy, and then basically 83k, 83k, and 150k for the side enemy. So like I said, you can see there is a ton of damage there. That's for just the double Castoria comp. For double Castoria Oberon, you're looking at 143k for your side enemies, 143k for your side enemies on wave 2, and then 300k basically on wave 3 for your side enemies. For your main enemy, it's 178k. This is just an MP1. 178k and 369k. Nice. For the main enemy. So again, lots of firepower. Don't let anyone tell you that, oh, but Takeru is not going to do good damage to side enemies. That's still really good numbers, chat. So again, that's in niche. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I did get that. So that is divine and demonic damage niche. All right, let's start at the beginning then. Let me get this one right for you guys. So basically normal damage, 2 times Castoria Oberon, level 100 Black Grail, 10, yeah. And so with the side ads, you're going to be looking at 97k, and 242k. Okay. For the main enemy with the arts down, 121, and 295. So that's out of niche. With divine or demonic, it's 120, and 273. for your one or the other power mod on side enemies. On main enemies, it's 150, 150, 332. And then the last one that we had given you there was the 143, 143, 303 for side enemies, 178, 178, 369 for both, basically. So both the power mods in play. So quite a bit of damage capability there. That's just in P1 in normal conventional setups, but again, assuming like a level 100 Black Grail, so you're getting a lot of damage there. But that's being held constant because we're going to compare this now to someone like Muramasa. Muramasa with 2x Castoria, Oberon, and a level 100 Black Grail. You're going to be looking at basically 103k for Wave 1, 113k for Wave 2, and 297k for Wave 3. So, again, comparing that to just normal damage for Takeru here, you're going to be looking at, again, sort of that, like, 182 there. So, like, what's going to end up making Muramasa strong is his scalability down the stretch of 3 turns. That's going to make him really good, okay? So keep that in mind. Then there's also like King trait that's going to scale Muramasa more, but again, that is a little bit of a rare thing that may or may not come into play. You can certainly consider that, but it's also not going to scale Muramasa that much. His wave 3 damage is going to go from 297 to 312, so it's not like huge jump type deal. So again, where you're going to really want Takeru in a lot of these scenarios is going to be basically looking at stuff like oh, sorry, that was the Arctic numbers I gave you for Takeru. Yeah, it's 295. It's 295 as comparison to basically Muramasa's 297. So you're very much more in actual like, you know, parity there at that point. Again, King trait's going to scale Muramasa a little bit more, but that's just normal damage for Takeru. So the second you start getting the power mods in play, they're pretty much going to end up being break even in that scenario. Second you get the power mods in play, boom, it's going to end up being crazy. So that's where I'm going to say again, the comparison to Muramasa is a fair one. Muramasa's got a little bit more capability. Takeru's got a little bit more niche application. And it's just going to boil down to who you have and who you prefer and what scenario you may be in. Comparatively, let's take a look at Shiki here real quick. So Shiki at NP1 in a 3-turn with 2x Castoria and Oberon and a level 100 Black Grail. You're going to be looking at 142, 166, and 319. And like I said, this may surprise people, but we talked about this when Shiki got the buff. Shiki is kind of better than Muramasa now, at least in terms of raw damage potential. Muramasa's got a lot of potential in his kit, but Shiki actually can out-damage him in a 3-turn now. And this is something that has come a long way for Shiki, so just keep that in mind. There is also going to be the scalability of how people scale up as they start getting multiple MP levels. Keep that in mind. Some units scale better than others, but I like talking MP1 to give you guys a basis for comparison. And again, don't try to like take it as gospel as like, oh, this unit absolutely in all situations better than the other. This is sort of the issue, but it's important to kind of know that these units are very similar, and it really boils down to your taste and desire for each of these units as to whether or not you should roll and whether or not you want to use them. Don't let anyone tell you units are bad most of the time if people can't figure it out, because they're the bad master. So at the end of the day, you can make most units work, especially for whatever your goal is, as long as you're reasonable about it. We've got other Buster units, but I don't feel like the comparison necessarily is as fair because you've got Oberon scalability. Same thing with Summer Okitan. Summer Okitan is at least quick, so we can at least take a look at that because that's going to be 168k, 168k, and then when the Oberon spike comes in, 323k. So still you got Summer Okitan kind of sitting a little bit higher on that third wave, a little bit over, and certainly some really nice mid waves there. So again, I think you're seeing there is a lot of parity, at least with these units, and Takeru kind of falls right into play with those. So just please keep that in mind. Damage numbers for Takeru are good. They have a lot of upward scalability if the niches are coming into play. And the refund is also good and should allow you to be able to handle quite a bit of irregular node composition. So, again, let me know what you guys think about Takeru. Are you happy to see her come into the game? Or do you maybe, had you maybe hoped it was someone else? And again, you know, are you excited for the Samurai Remnant collab coming up on JP? I'll be curious to read you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Have a good one. Fuck! No, I'm just kidding. I 100% stumbled over the damage numbers there way too much. I'll have to see if I can go and cut that out. Now level her. Does chat want her leveled? We can do that. We can do that, chat. But yeah, I really wanted to drive home the point. Please understand, chat. This is not a like, oh man, gotta have, but it's also not a like, don't let anyone tell you this unit is bad, right? Like, this unit is great. I rolled cause Saber face, regardless of the devs, and it's... Realizing doesn't have Emblem Pierce. You're right, it's arts and NP damage. And I'll attack. Thank you. I'll try to make note of that. Yeah, that sort of thing. If I stumbled and said the wrong thing there, please, like at the time I was like, oh yeah, it's Invuln Pierce, and you're right, it's not. Something about it when I was saying it was like, am I sure on this? I don't feel like I'm sure on this. I shouldn't be saying this. Yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of people try to like nitpick the damage aspect of that central part. But let's go ahead and get Takeru leveled up and show her off. What did I see? So I don't know. I'll hold on that for now. Oh, look, a Grail. It's fine, relax. Oh, no, it's good. Please bless my Castoria roll for GSSR. Good luck. Hopefully it ends up like my first couple Takeru rolls and not the other way around. Not the last couple. The one thing I want to see is foes here and whether or not I have them. I do. Gonna go ahead and launch that straight into the stratosphere that is Takeru. I don't need to filter for that. What I should filter by is level max, as that makes that a little bit easier. Switch it over to foes here. I do wish there was like a one-tap foe thing. That would be kind of nice. For an A, it's 5 times potential grails here, CAD. 1 times login, 1 times panel, 1 times GSSR. Wait. 1 times panels. Oh, because we give one at the end of the missions. Okay. Yeah, that's the one I wasn't counting. So still, I mean, that's a ton. That's a ton of capability. Like, 5 grails in rapid succession, chat, means you could just take someone from 90 to 100 like that. Like, boom, right here. There you go. There's all the grails you needed to do that. So that's really awesome. Yeah, I forgot, because I was staring those grail fragments in the face when I was talking about it. I was like, did we actually get fragments from that? Okay. Let's see if I have any Saber Embers. I have 1. 1 Saber Ember. Let's switch to all. I'm going to turn the 5-star off because, so, chat, because we're rolling out boxes and stuff on JP, it behooves me to, like, not do some of these. My GSSR was godly? I don't believe you. I have no clue what to roll. Picking is always difficult. Always. Like, I think they've done a good job, especially with this most recent one, of, like, trying to make it like kind of like difficult.
統制風の衣だな。霊気の再臨。おお、そういうものがあるのか。それでこれは探偵風？おお。
Yeah. Do you like this second ascension? Just out of curiosity. No, I love it. No, not at all. No, I don't hate it. Yes. Oh, it's all right. But I'm not super into it. British boy. Oh, okay, that's how much I needed. Yeah, it almost feels Persona to me. It's cool, but I wouldn't keep them in it. I don't hate it. I just like it seems weird to me. It's different, yeah. It makes me wonder if there's gonna be like something part of the event that makes this make sense.
少し期待していたのだが、もうしばらくはこの衣だな。それはそれでよい。
Oh, the VA is Naoto's persona. Into the DLC content in Remnant, yeah. No, not the VA. Oh, well, now I'm confused. You're just saying that Takeru, like, was? Interesting. That I didn't realize. Okay. Yeah, you can see I'm not not hurting for any of the level up, the ascension maths.
この姿は、そうか。私が霊気を上り詰めると、この姿となるか。神気が高まっている。なるほど。
I got an Arjuna spook, no.
興味深いな。
Yeah. I'm surprised I had this many embers just sitting here. Stop saying persona? But now that you've told me to stop saying it, I want to say it. Oh shit, got Vitch in 3 tickets? What the fuck? Nice. Wait, chat, is the Vitch banner already out? Like right now? Yes? Oh god damn. So it went live while I was recording that. Why wouldn't it be? Midnight? I got a stall phone, nice. We're all doing the GSSR while you're recording. I did see Cad trying to ignore the like shit going on in chat, and that was like the only thing I read. Like, I didn't read all of the craziness that was going on in chat. But it wasn't that I was like trying to ignore it so much as I was just trying to focus on like making my point. Fireworks popping off, yep. It's almost time. Got Hokusai in my roll, nice. Chat's been struggling to log in during the vid. I see. Servers buckled a little, and they will, right? That means we should have the epilogue, we should have Grail casting. You guys can get to it. You should have the new Mystic code. Chat always behaves so well. No, they don't. No, they don't.
そろそろクエストに戻る
But I hope you guys got what you wanted. Okay, let me... Oh, that's not what I wanted to pull out, but whatever. I'll clean this up off stream, but I want to at least give you guys a demonstration here of Takeru's capability. So hang with me for 1 second. Yeah. I do like that final ascension art. That final ascension art's awesome. My goal was not getting Miss Crane, so cool, man. I got the one servant I want to erase from the banner. I mean, that always happens, right? Like, yeah, and this is why I said, like, you have to be prepared to, like, get any eventuality type deal. Okay. Let's go to these skills here real fast. Like I said, I advocate for lowering all of them, chat. Every 3 made altered, nice. Probably pass out if I tried to read right now. I'm like hopped up on Dr. Pepper, chat. I ain't going to bed for like 5 hours. I always get the one servant I want to erase from the banner. I understand. Give it more time. Are you going to roll for Vitch? I will tomorrow. This definitely ran over. Gog added on Chaldea, so it's official? What do you mean? Like you rolled Van Gogh, or like... Ba-dum-bum-bum. Isho needs bones. Yep. Vinny Enma makes her NP4 now. At least she's strong. Reigns and QSH? Did you have Reigns before? If you didn't, that's an amazing pull. Dude, nice. That's really good. Game says half AP off for Ember gatherings and training grounds, but I still see them at full cost, huh? That may not take effect right away. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised by that. Okay, chat. Next, the append. You thought I was done. NA GSSR tonight? No, I'll probably do that tomorrow. Because, like, look, chat. I'm up, I'm here, but, like, I'd like to at least give us some stuff to do tomorrow. That'll make, like, tomorrow fun and exciting. Especially since we had plenty of excitement today already. We had the, obviously, the dev diary, we had the rolling, the GSSR, and then, you know, went through this. So. Now it's Bizette time, eventually. Eventually. Chad, I feel like I'm going to end up rolling NP5 Bizette on NA just to watch the, like, terrifying, like, counter. I just want to see it. I just want to watch her just, like, obliterate something. Bragarack some bitches? Exactly. Okay, all of this is half cost on JP. Actually, let me see if there's like a strengthening or something I can do. I thought all these were half cost. They don't appear to be. I feel lied to right now. They're not. Just Ember Gathering. I should not do Ember Gathering at half cost. Let's see, what's a good Lancer node for test? Got MLB first drawing. I'm not super familiar with that one. And Kyo got some? Castoria and QSH? That's nice if you needed Castoria. Actually, even if you didn't, even if you already had Castoria, as long as she was an MP5, that's good. That's really good. Do tickets no longer guarantee a 4-star and 11 pulls? If you're doing solo ticket pulls, no. Singles never do. Like, you're guaranteed the 11th pull, but you're not guaranteed anything. Like, if you're doing a multi-pull, that guarantees. Oh, whoops. What did I hit? Okay. Oh, that's a good point. I do need some eggs still on JP. Okay, so where is it? Wait. No, that's LB4. Right there. Is this the Vol or is it the one north of it? This one. Yeah. No! No! Chad, we rolled too much. We rolled too much. Oh, which one is the acquisition? I think it's this. Inventory management. I tried to spare you guys. The game just does not wish to let me. Actually, I haven't even looked at the effect of those CEs. I probably need to. Oh god, chat, I'm sorry in advance. You had to witness me burn gotcha, or sorry, not gotcha, Lotto Cs. This is wild to me. This is actually wild. Okay. I am never going to need this one separately. So boom. I'm almost at MLB of the Berserker only Black Grail. That's... I hate my JP, man. I hate it. That's all it does. All it does is try to screw me. Do we get double suck campaign? You should. We did get one of those in the roll. As you guys can see, I got a shit ton of 4 stars. I'm just cleaning up the 5 stars because I know I gotta like start there and then work my way down. think we're not having it, are we not? Going death from fireworks? I'm sure my dogs are pleased right now. You can see they're awake and moving around, which tells me they're not sleeping. That is finally MLB Volumen on JP. Took a long time for that. There's my two Black Grails. So no Prisma Cosmos or anything like that. Okay, on to the 4 stars. Let me take a look at the effects of these CEs, chat, because I actually don't know off the top of my head. Oh, do we have this listed yet? This banner? No. Yeah. Hold on, chat. There's always old reliable. So it's star weight and overcharge up. That's not the most terrible thing, but it's not the best. I don't need to keep multiple copies of it. Arts and Buster and 50% charge. Oh, that's quite nice. And obtain... Wait! Is this all... It is. It's all attack. Wow, this is a good CE. Goddamn, I'm glad I got double MLB of it. Arts up. Yes. I love this. The chat, I'm sorry, you probably were not able to see it, but basically the 5-star C is 8% Arts and Buster, 50% charge, 15 stars on battle entry, and all attack scaling. That's a damn good C, at least for a hybrid. And I have no idea what this one is. I think this is the redux of the old Mother CE. Okay, the rest of that gonna go be fodder. And we'll keep an MLB of this. I like how it's basically all like dragon type characters. You've got Arturia fighting Vitra. You've got I don't know, it's probably like Sentai Gudako, but it looks like Gimp Gudako. I guess trying to splash Kyo or throwing a boomerang. I don't know what the hell that is. And then Liz, like a lot of this strikes me as like Godzilla type stuff. So it's Mecha Liz fighting Godzilla Liz. Lizard Liz. Mucha Libre, yes. Get. Now we can chunk them all in. Whee! rare to see you just like eat 5-star Cs, but if you don't have any other use for them, throw them in and enjoy. What's up, Test 2? Godaku is Ultraman clone. Is that what it was supposed to be? Was I just not understanding? I didn't realize I had 5 of that. I don't know if I have enough of that to burn. Okay, I only needed the one more. Did I miss GSSR? We haven't done the NA stuff, but I will probably be doing NA stuff on tomorrow's stream because we did all the JP stuff. We rolled for Takeru. We did the GSSR over there. We went over the analysis and we watched the dev blog, which sadly there was not a lot to the dev blog, but we kind of knew that was going to happen. Kiritsugu doesn't look okay. Wait, is this Kiritsugu and not Kire? That's Kire, chat. Oh my god, I'm still over full. Average C, enjoy your inventory? Yes. Okay. Oh, we can do it, chat. There you go. I got room for 2 more C's. We can do it. Finally, let's go in. Now I get to show you guys Takeru. I will even pull the Castoria out of retirement for this. Be grateful. Because I guarantee you I don't need Castoria. Normally, anyways. That's... I want a bond. I got no one new, other than Takeru to bond. Bond it. Actually, no. Bond it. And that's good enough. This may not work. Let me do the new artsy because like this is berserkers in the early waves rather than lancers, so just trying to go double Castoria may mess with me. Vitch Dark's Ascension lines, yep. If any more reruns after case files, there is Carnimus, but that is the last one. Okay. Oh, I love the rain there. It's actually a cool effect. I think we're gonna do that and that, and I'm gonna like cheat my way into some free charge here. Nice. I love that. They did that very similar. Oh, only like 1 mil on the first wave. Okay. Gonna do this because I feel like I might need it, and then this. Chat, we haven't used either. Since I know I have enough damage, chat. You're also gonna see, like, if I want more refund, I can target the lowest health enemy to potentially get more. It may not result in more, but it basically would mean you might reach overkill faster type deal. God damn. Okay. You'll notice a little bit of damage variance there. That's the... we don't have NP damage anymore. Now, I clearly made it through. We're just going to go ahead and pop everything. So, the refund was a non-issue. Guard with her? Who said this is the only one we're going to do? It will kill. So 500k to 1 enemy. I am very pleased with these numbers, chat. I am very, very pleased. As the final result for summons, it's actually pinned up there at the top of chat. Did you not see the sword beam? Exactly. I get Oberon, guys. New year, new life. Nice. Okay, so chat wants that. Also, these are demonic, by the way, chat. So that's partially what's causing the insane damage here. I'm going to go ahead, since I know the refund is good, and use both of the NP gains here. I have no cards to card with, so fun. God, I can't see because mobile Twitch sucks. I mean, it's also because, like, the NP here is, like, super bright. This is like, chat, this is like flashbang you playing at night in bed. Okay. We'll go ahead and I will slow down the battle speed. And I will let it card because I don't think it will kill. And even if it does, I don't care. It will kill. I forgot because it's power mod, it also impacts the cards. So. And now this is only against 2 enemies, chat. Oh, you just can't see the pin on mobile. I got you. It's 108, or sorry, 1081 St. Quartz for NP5 Tucker. I like her NP. I do too. Oh no, chat. Not enough chart. So anyways, I started blasting. Let's actually see how much card power I have. Is it at the 30%? Obviously that's going to be a like super art, so it's going to kill probably, especially because this should be divine and demonic. I believe this. I know this creature is divine. I think it's also demonic. So this is like right in Takeru's wheelhouse. But again, I want to see the card power here. Oh, that was a like 30% crit. Jesus. That was like 200k from the arts card alone. You know, the only thing that's weird to me, and I guess it's because we're standing next to Castoria, but like Takeru actually seems too tall in a weird way, because Castoria is levitating above the ground and is like barely taller, and it's mostly due to the crown. So like that's actually surprising to me, because I feel like Takeru is incredibly short in the game. Put her next to Umu? That's a good point. Demonstrate the first skill with a rash wave 1. I could try that. I mean, not gonna matter. Still gonna kill. But like, I can do that. 154 CM according to Bond. Interesting. Or just Iori's tall. That could be it, right? Like, and this note is great for the double niche. It is. Okay. So. Well, I guess I didn't have to activate that there, but it doesn't matter. So the whole point would be, chat. Due to this first skill, I will get 25% charge. Oh, I still have that on battle 1 speed. No! Chat, you guys have to watch the entire Stella in slow motion. There you go. See? So it does not have to be Takeru. Really, really nice. Castoria is also 154. S is like, it just seems weird then that this form is as tall, but maybe it's because she's like leaning back more. I don't know. Could also be a perspective issue. Here, let's see. Not bad. I do like all the water effects and like how they're very similar to the attacks from Samurai Remnant. Gray is also 154. Damn, it's almost like a Saber face thing. It's almost like a Saber face thing, chat. That's wild. You know what? Pre-card. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, that's dumb, and I love it. Okay. Anyways, chat. Is the game any good? Thinking about picking it up for what? FGO? FGO is great. You should definitely pick it up. I'm just confused. But Yamato isn't a Saberface. Game said so. Game lies. One half AP, not half AP? Or am I the 100th person to tell you that? I don't even know what that means. Oh, Samurai Remnant. Is Samurai Remnant worth picking up? Yes. Great. I highly recommend it. It's very fun. You will enjoy it. And it's on sale right now. I believe it's like, is it 10% off, chat, or 20%? So it's like... It's a bug. Daily quests supposed to be half off, but they're not. Yeah, I mean, people have told me that. Like I said, I think it's either, yeah, it's either bugged or it's maybe not in effect yet. Oh. Like 45 USD, which is a baller deal. It is. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Come back tomorrow. We're going to be doing the NA GSSR and rolls for Koyan Skusi, and I will be back. I'll be back for that. In the meantime, we got 5 more minutes until New Year's. So happy New Year's to all of you, especially you Euros that are already there. Us on the East Coast are about to hit it in about 5 more minutes. I hope to see you guys next year in 2024 and obviously in the years to come. So have a good one, and let me see where I can send you guys who I'll be on. I see it, Mr. CZ on, so I'm going to send you guys his way. Go spread the New Year's joy. Again, happy holidays, everyone. Have a good one.